your kiss in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes. And by ASMR, I mean I'm reading the rest of Coraline. That's what it's gonna be. That's what it is. That's the stream today. Wow, everything decided to be like really loud in my ear all of a sudden. Really do appreciate that. Love that. Really do appreciate that. Love that. I do. Okay. That's what the stream is gonna be. Let me see. I wanna make sure everything is rolling. Okay, yeah. I don't know why it looked different on like my perspective, but okay. Yeah, that's the vibes. I am very EP. Today I'm not even gonna hold you. I am very EP, sleepy. I really wanted to go to sleep. But you know, I was like, I'm also like really hot. I'm also very, very hot today. I don't know what it is. I schooled for the back half of the day, and like 2 hours before stream, I got like massive heat flashes. And now I'm like really, I'm like really sweaty. I just want to be naked. It sucks. But unfortunately, I am in fact wearing clothes because that's the decent thing to do, so maybe later. I don't know. I haven't quite decided. Maybe later. But yeah, we're gonna read the rest of Coraline. In my head, Coraline was gonna be like one stream, but I don't know, for some reason, it's just much longer than I thought in my head. It's like way longer, twice as long. Like 200 pages just doesn't seem like that long, like that much to read, but it actually is a lot to read. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good Saturday. What's today? Saturday. Like, what's today? Yeah, Saturday. It's the 21st of September, which means it's officially fall season. It is officially fall season. Even though, you know, it doesn't really feel like fall. It's not really acting like fall. I'm not really a fall lover though, so I don't really care too much. And I got a good nap in. Yeah, I was trying to take a nap before stream, and that didn't happen. Hi, Guy. Hi, I was trying to take a nap, and that didn't really work out. I have too much energy inside of me to take a nap. I was gonna title that tonight's stream, but I was like, it's gonna be way too confusing. It doesn't explain what we're doing. If I do that, it won't explain what the hell we're doing. You can tell I needed that nap, but I didn't get it. It's fine. I'll take a long sleep. After stream is done, in like 6 hours after we're done here. Bless you, that's me yawning. That is me yawning. most of the time, if I have to sneeze, I'll just say I am about to sneeze. That's me yawning. Because I haven't had my nap yet. Wow. I have like eyelashes on my finger. Hold up. My curly eyelashes are like falling into my eyeball and to rip them out systematically. See? Yeah. Wow. But I'm glad the museum seemed fun and you had a good time. I haven't been to a museum in like a year. That's not true. 6 months. I was like, there's no way I would have gone a year without being in a museum. So probably like 6 months. Oh, Austin, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor. I hope you're doing well day, night, wherever you are. Yeah, I would never go more than a year without going to a museum. But I don't go to like science museums anymore. Personally, that's just not my thing anymore. I mean, like, every museum is a good museum, honestly and truly. But every museum is a good museum. It's just that, like, you know, I'm an artiste. I want to go to an art museum. I want to go to an art museum every single time. It's so much better. That's a subjective thing, but it actually is just so much better. Well, you're a dinosaur lover, so you don't get to speak on this. You like looking at dinosaur bones because you're fantasizing about Godzilla. Okay, I'm fantasizing about the arts. I said art museum. That was not an art museum. That wasn't a museum at all. That was a collection of, I don't even know what that was. It wasn't called a museum. That was not a museum. I don't even know what that place was called. It was like literally some guy's house. Like, it was like some rich old guy's house. Because it was not called a museum. It was called something else. It was called like it was called like something eclectic, like, I don't, it was literally a house. Like, it was a massive house. That's what it was. It was the house. That's what everybody called it. It was like, that's the house. The house. It was not a museum. I think all museums are good. I mean, like, the idea of most museums are good. You know what I mean? Because, like, yeah, some museums are racist and bad. Some museums are bad, for real, for real. And they should definitely give back their artifacts. But that's a British museum. I can't speak to most British museums, frankly. I don't think I ever went to a museum. Like, when I lived in the UK, I don't think I ever went to a museum, so can't really speak on that. Maybe I did, but I honestly don't remember it. But I do think most museums are good because they're there to, like, preserve, right? It's the same vein as, like, zoos, right? Everyone thinks that, like, zoos are bad. When I did what? I've told you since the start I'm British, but, like, you literally do not believe me. I don't know what to tell you. I literally don't know what to tell you. I've literally said to everybody that I've lived in a bunch of different countries. I don't know why that's like a hard pill for you to swallow. I've lived in a bunch of different countries. You know, it's a very long bit I'd be doing. It's a very, very long bit I'd be doing otherwise. It is really fun to play around with the pages, like I just do this like all day. Sorry for your loss. I'm sorry that you're prejudiced against British people. I don't know. I'm not embarrassed about it, so. Oh, I was saying, it's like when people are like, oh, zoos are terrible, and it's like, actually, no. Actually, no. Like some zoos are obviously not great and not run very well, but a lot of zoos are there for the conservation and preservation of a species. They're just marketed as zoos, but in reality, they're just, I guess you would call them like wildlife preserves, right? But everyone puts them under the umbrella of zoos. But like, yeah, zoos kind of need to exist. It kind of makes me upset because I'm like, no, zoos actually do need to exist because some animals can't live in the wild or have existed in the wild, and because of a disability that they have, can no longer live in the wild anymore. So it's like, do you just want those animals to die? Whenever somebody's like, oh, we'll just like get rid of zoos, and it's like, okay, but do you want those animals to die? Or like animals that needs, yeah, I was just thinking about pandas, like animals that need specific breeding help because otherwise they would have died by themselves. I know everybody's like, some animals just need to die out, and it's like, I don't know about that one, fam. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, obviously not everything is going to be 100% good, but I believe in the idea of a zoo, of a nature preserve, of a wildlife preserve. It kind of just depends on who's running them. I feel like I literally cannot hear anything, like my like my ears are like fully adjust. Okay, that's better. I literally felt like I couldn't hear not a goddamn thing. Hi Fox, hello. I'm not starting reading yet because I want to give everybody a good amount of time to get in here. Thank you. Memes is taking me out on a date to the museum. Oh, okay. Yeah, but I think that art museums are the pinnacle. Well, I'm pretty sure memes would take me to a science museum and it would end up looking at bones. But my favorite museum is an art museum. I love art museums, especially contemporary art museums, because I think, for one, genuinely it's a great way for you to get to know your community. It's a great way to get to know the people that exist within your community, and the art that exists within your community, what is representative of the place that you exist in, which is important. It's important to creative development and also human connection. That's one reason why I really like contemporary art museums too, because there's a difference between contemporary and then just a historical art museum. And then two, I love the fact that it's always rotating. I really love that. Like, you can go to the same contemporary art museum and you'll never see the same exhibit. It's so much fun. Like, oh, it's like I get a once in a lifetime show, you know? Because then most artists don't ever show that piece ever again in the exact same way. So you really are actually getting a once in a lifetime show, and I love that, especially if it's interactive. If you've ever been to an interactive contemporary art museum, or like been a part of shows that have interactive pieces, it's super fun. As somebody who I used to curate museums, and I used to I forget that I did all this stuff because like I live like 16 different lives, but I used to curate museums, and I also used to make art for museums, and I would do interactive art called installations, and it was so much fun watching people interact with your art and become a part of the art piece. Oh, it's so much fun. Oh wow. It's just like everything. Like being a part of an art piece is just wow. Who's Pop gonna be tonight? I mean, I'm gonna be Pop tonight. I don't know, in like a few years, you know? I mean, again, I think going to any museum is a good time. I will go to any museum. But I also think art museums are the best. They're just the best. They're super fun. The last one that I went to, oh man, they had this giant exhibition from this artist. I cannot remember their name, but they did a whole thing on clowns, and it was really fascinating. Like, they had a bunch of like clown art through the ages of American media, and it was so cool. They had these huge like posters and like art pieces that were blown up to the size of like skyscrapers, and you walked into this building and it was all these crazy colors, and it literally felt like you were in a fun house. It was super fascinating. And I saw this other artist that had all these unusable tools. So they were like tools, but they were like, for example, forks or hairbrushes, but they were made out of the thing that they were made to be used on. So it was a hairbrush made out of hair. It was so cool. I mean, it was like gross, but it was like, oh, it was so cool. Like, literally so cool. I love art. It was a hairbrush made out of hair, and then you got to like pick it up. I touched the hell out of it. Touched the hell out of it. I was like, oh my gosh. And like forks that were made out of like I think it was like pasta or something. Like spoons that didn't work. It was super cool. Like, I love that. And if you're the type of person that likes to touch, I'm not really that type of person. When I'm at a grocery store, I don't touch shit unless I'm gonna buy it. But if you're like, I need to touch everything, go to an art museum. Like, not a historical one, go to a contemporary one. More often than not, there's gonna be a bunch of exhibits that you can just touch, so you can get your touchy-feelies on. If you're one of those people. I'm best friends with one of those people, and it is pretty annoying to be around somebody that's like that, because I always just know that this bitch is gonna touch everything in the fucking room. It's gonna touch literally everything in the room. Never saw that face before. What, my face? You've never seen my face? Yes, you have. You definitely have. This one's not hardcover, so I can't get good taps out of it. That's a little better, like on the spine. That's shit. You mean my eyes were brighter than normal? They weren't. They were covered in sparkles. That's just my sparkle toggle. I've done that toggle a lot. A quick one. We'll make it hardcover, paperback, or hardback. I just said paperback. Otherwise, I would have said it was hardcover. Because it has a hardcover, but this one does not. It has a paperback. I mean, like, which do I prefer? I think for the preservation of the book, I prefer hardcover. But I think it depends on like what I'm doing, honestly, and it depends on how long the book is. Like if the book is about like 200 pages, I think it should be hardcover. If it's like a children's book or something, no, I think I just like hardcover all the way because I do have some children's books in my library that I do really like, and I like that they're hardcover just because like I think hardcover books last longer, frankly. I think they last longer because I borrowed this Coraline book. I don't know where my Coraline book is, somewhere in storage, and this one is definitely taken through the ringer because every time you like open it, like it's just, you know, hardcover Harry Potter goes hard. I'm never reading Harry Potter on this stream ever before. ever. I'm not reading anything that J.K. Rowling ever wrote, ever said. She can keep her moldy words. I don't want them. Also, I'm not a Harry Potter person. I'm like not a Harry Potter person at all. Hi Mac, hi Billy, by the way. Oh neat. Thank you for the cutie sticker. I never saw this before. I mean, I could run through all my toggles really quick. We have Pup is playing a video game. We have I'm blushing. We have I'm really happy. This is my happy toggle. This is I love you. I'm confused. I'm pouting. I'm terrified. I'm excited. I'm angry. Memes is hitting me. J.K. Rowling and her black mold. Exactly, she can keep her black mold, frankly. Very cute redeems. They're not redeems. You can't redeem any of that. They're my toggles. The only thing you can redeem is this outfit. You can redeem to make me wear this outfit, but is the black mold actually a real thing? Yes. I mean, I've never liked Harry Potter. It's not my thing. Like, and the more I looked into Harry Potter, even before J.K. Rowling's transphobia, I just never really cared for it because I was like, okay, what do you mean her name is Cho Chang? Like, I was like, what do you mean her name is Cho Chang? Like, I noticed some things about Harry Potter before where I was like, my poofy hair, it's an afro. It's an afro. I mean, there's a lot of different videos out there on like the content of Harry Potter, so I don't have to be the one to say it on people that are like well more versed on the what is it called? On the content of Harry Potter. honestly just don't think that she's that good of a writer. I think she's like a really good world builder for the most part, like, and she has a lot of good concepts, but I think when it comes down to the nitty gritty of it all, like, I just don't think she's that great of a writer. Yeah, I'm gonna say that about one of the most best-selling writers of all time. I just don't think she's that great. I don't know. I don't know. I think everything panned out for her at the right time. I watched a documentary actually on YouTube about J.K. Rowling and about her start, and I also just think timing played a really good role in why Harry Potter is so popular as well, and the way that she marketed herself as a female writer was, you know, it's a lot of marketing that did a lot of the work for her as well. I'm not saying that she's, you know, she wrote a book for sure, she wrote a lot of books for sure, but her writing is just not as strong as her competitors. It's just not. Thank you, Dusty Bones, for the follow. Yeah, it's just simply not. But I mean, like, you know, if you like Harry Potter, I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not a Harry Potter person. I'm also just like, I love magic, but like the world of Harry Potter to me just never seemed like that great. Like, I would never want to live in Harry Potter. I would just, meh. Just never felt like I wanted to live there, you know? I was like, what do you mean, muggles? There's more racism. So wait, I have to deal with wizard racism on top of me being black. Oh hell no. I don't want to deal with that. No. Oh no. Had me shocked. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm just like, Aragon series goated. I never read it. I never read it. I never read it. Let me see. I was googling Skullduggery Blessing because I hadn't heard of it. This is too long. 15 books. Yeah, we will never be reading this at 15 books. We'll never be reading this on stream. It was hard enough getting through 3. You have a favorite series about magic? Lord of the Rings, no. A Song of Ice and no. Game of Thrones. No. I have criticisms of Game of Thrones too. Also, I just think that man is never gonna finish those books. That's another thing. That man is never gonna finish those fucking books. My conspiracy is that those books are done, but he's having a laugh. My conspiracy is that he actually finished all of the books. The books are done. He is just having a laugh. He's having a laugh. He's having a real laugh. He's having a good old time. But would catch up to at the time. I've read Game of Thrones. Like a long time ago, I read Game of Thrones. Like forever ago. I read Game of Thrones back when Rooster Teeth was still a thing. Like, that's when I was reading Game of Thrones. When like Rooster Teeth was in like the heyday. That's when I was reading Game of Thrones. I remember it because I was reading it because of their podcast. I mean, yeah, he's rich, but my conspiracy is that, like, I think he wrote all the books because it just doesn't make any fucking sense. And I know I talked about this on stream already, but like, also Billy, I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for asking. If you read it for stream, no, I did not read it. I would never read Game of Thrones on stream. Do you know how much incest there is in that book? I'm not reading Game of Thrones. What? Are you out of your fucking mind? A Song of Ice and Fire, is that what you want me to read? You want me to read about non-stop, like, racism, sexism, incest? You guys could barely handle you guys could literally, actually barely handle, like, Hunger Games. Like, you thought Hunger Games was bad. Like, there's shit in the books that it's like, okay. Alright, like, there's nothing I can do about that. There's probably like slurs in there that I don't even remember. Thank you for the pull on it, by the way. That's my pointer. Middle finger. Ring finger. Pinky, and there's nothing in my thumb. I try not to think of the Grimm, but that's literally the entire series. That's the entire series. What do you mean you try not to think of the Grimm? That's the whole series. The whole series is like violence, sexuality, pride. That's like literally the whole series. I honestly think he wrote all of the books and he's having a laugh since 2005. Do you ever stretch or do your joints just die? So Fox, if you would read the Redeems, I'm begging you to read, because on the Redeems there's this thing called a pull on it, and it's where I stretch my fingers. And then there's this other thing that's called Redema check, and it's called a posture check. So I do stretch. I stretch every single time someone redeems that. That's the whole point of those redeems. No, it's cool. That's the whole point of the redeem. I just don't call it a posture check. Hi Jack, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I just don't call it a posture check because it's funnier to call it a Redemont check. Because I'm sitting like a Redemont. I'm gonna add a little heart just for you, Jack. Thank you so much for the follow. Alright, let's see. I was referring to the incest. To be completely honest, the incest isn't even the worst part of some of those books. There's like sexual assault in like a lot of the books. So I would just literally never read Game of Thrones ever on stream. Like, it's like not even a thing. There are worse things in that book series. Not even just the one book, the series. It kind of gives me the ick. So I really liked it up until a point, because and I never watched it. Okay, well, I mean, like, I want to like Game of Thrones, but I cannot like it anymore now that I know where it's going, you know? Because at one point I would have said that Game of Thrones is one of the best fantasy series ever, but it's like, okay, well, after I saw season 8, I was like, is this where the story is going? Like, okay. Okay. So, if you want to watch a really good breakdown, oh, there's a lot of good breakdowns. If you want to watch a really good breakdown of the series, of like the television show, Lindsay Ellis has, I think it's a 2-part series. It's like a long video essay, but a 2-part series on her Nancy Ellis Game of Thrones. It's really good. On basically the disaster that was season 8 and why it was so bad. Very good. I watch that video when I want to go to sleep. It's a good video. Well, okay, so like it will, but it won't for me because like I don't know. I kind of just don't give a fuck anymore. My favorite character was Daenerys, and I like the commentary about Daenerys because Daenerys is a white savior, and I find that to be very interesting because she's not just a white savior. She is like somebody who is genuinely empathetic and genuinely trying to do the right thing, but at the end of the day, it's like from the wrong place, right? Like, and I find that to be interesting. I like that. It makes it easier. It makes it easy for you to root for her, even when she's doing something wrong. And I see what they're trying to do with her character. I just don't. There are better essays to kind of talk about the character of Daenerys, because like her book counterpart is very different than her series counterpart. But for me, it's like Daenerys is also somebody who's been through massive amounts of trauma, and it just kind of sucks to know that at the end of the day, like, this character is gonna get put down like a fucking dog in the snow, and it's like, alright. And it's like, okay, what the fuck is this all for then? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, frankly and honestly, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not reading any more Game of Thrones in either way, so it doesn't matter. Whoa. It doesn't matter to me. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. Other people, though, are like really into Game of Thrones and really love the series, so good for them. I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm like fully done with that. Completely. Completely. And I feel really bad for all of the actors that worked on Game of Thrones because, like, man, that was such a good show, and then it went to complete shit. I hate when shows do that. When it's like, oh, the potential, and then it's like, oh, we shit the bed. At least they made bank. I mean, like, yeah, but it's also just like, that doesn't really matter in this sense. Because, like, all anybody's ever gonna think about when they think about, probably all they care about, that's definitely not true, Fox. That's absolutely not true. Like, there's like proof that that's literally not true. A lot of people, actors really care about the roles that they portray. I wouldn't say every single actor. Obviously, some people don't give a fuck and just want to make their bank. But during the time of season 8, a lot of actors were super disappointed about the way that the show was going. They have like recordings of them in the studio when they were doing the cast readings of them like with their head in their hands, like crying because they had to like deliver those lines. There's interviews of them having to talk about season 8, and they're all like grimacing, like being very disappointed. Like, there's all of that content is out there for like season 7/8. Like, people care about the roles that they portray. They get attached to the characters that they portray. A lot of people like care about the roles they do, and I totally agree, because like they were playing those characters for so long, right? Like, you care about where your character is going. You want to portray them very well in whatever context that means. Like, you want to portray them however it's fair if they played them a while. Yeah, I mean, like, Game of Thrones has been going on since like forever. There's a lot of actors that care about the roles that they play and want to portray them well, and get upset when like the lighting choices don't make sense for their characters. I mean, if you want to think about like the most famous example, or one of the most famous examples, just take a look at Deadpool, right? I have a lot of criticisms about Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, but like, Ryan Reynolds gave so much of a fuck about Deadpool that he literally got Deadpool made. Like, he gave that much of a fuck. Like, he wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. And I don't mean that negatively, I just mean that's the facts, right? Like, he gave so much of a fuck about it that he was like, okay, we're gonna get Deadpool made. The lighting was worst thing to me on initial release about why Game of Thrones. By the way, I am gonna read Coraline. I'm just like, you gotta ease into it, you know? You gotta ease into that sort of thing. You mean, are you talking about like season 8? Or like the earlier seasons? Because I think like, I don't know about that. The earlier seasons, I think were lit. Season 8, oh, season 8 was lit terribly. It was like, I remember watching it. I was watching it before I had to take a test or something. It was like a life-changing test. I don't even remember what the fuck it was. I had my iPad and I was like trying to watch the episode because it just came out. And I was like, I was in this pitch black room and I could not see what the fuck was going on. I was like, I had the brightness on high. I could not see. It was so bad. Which is so funny because DB and Weiss, I mean, funny and like, not funny, funny weird. Because DB and Weiss, right? Like the people that were in charge of Game of Thrones, they had the opportunity to do like 4 more seasons. They could have done like 4 more seasons of Game of Thrones, like stretched out the story and like done it in a way that made sense, right? Thank you for giving shout home. In a way that made sense. And they wanted to, what was it? They wanted to do Spider-Man. What was it? They wanted to do a Marvel movie. Is that what it was? Or Star Trek? What was the thing they wanted to do? They wanted to do like, they cut everything short because they wanted to do a fucking Marvel movie that they didn't even get to direct in the end. Like, okay, so you ruined Game of Thrones to go do a Marvel movie, and then you like ruined your names forever because you wanted to do that. It was like, wow, this is really like man's hubris. Like, this is truly man's hubris. Dagon, thank you so much for the follow. It feels like all TV series and movies suck nowadays. That's not true. I disagree with that. There's like amazing things that are being made nowadays. I think that honestly and truly, like, it's the age of like whatever you want, you know. I think there really and truly has never been a better time, a better and worse time for television. How long has it been? Yes, you can have your kiss now. Thank you for being first. There's like never, it's like the age of choice. There's never been a better time for television, but there's also never been a worse time for television because there has never been a better time for television. I actually really don't like when people are like, oh, things were so much better back in the day. Because like, no, they weren't. They were worse. Like, there is more diversity on screen than ever before. There's more representation than ever before, and it's still not enough. But there is so much more. There's so much choice. Nowadays, I can get subtitles for pretty much every single piece of media that I want. That's just a basic thing that didn't exist back in, like, maybe 5 years ago. I couldn't do that. I couldn't get that. Like, now there's subtitles, there's movies for, like, so many different types of movies for people with disabilities, so much access to that sort of content too. I can watch plus movies that I could find online. It was a list, it was a shared document online that I had with a queer forum. And I had in a queer forum, and it was just like, that's how we found movies that were like, had good representation. You had to go in forums and then like share around a Google document. Which is literally what I did. I have it bookmarked. It was like a Google document, and it was like, here's the link to the movie, here's the link, because it wasn't publicly available. Here's the link if you want to watch something queer. Literally. And now I can go on like Hulu, you know, I can go on like Hulu, I can go on Netflix and like scroll through and find like LGBT plus movies, and then they just have them. Now, is the representation perfect? No. There's still progress to be made, but I'm saying it's better than it has ever been before. Do I deserve to be called a good pet? Yeah. Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't. Also, yeah, I mean, like, it's still not great. I know it's been an hour, so I do want to start reading, but But there truly has never been like a better time for you to like get into acting, get into, if you're really into media, like get into it, into watching, enjoying media. Access is so much better than it was 10 years ago, you know. Genuinely, it's just so good overall. I mean, I just saw Monkey Man, and I thought that was a really, like, really great movie, by Dave Patel. I'm like triple checking myself, but like produced by him. So good. Great commentary regarding what is happening in India, or what has been happening in India, and just like life in general. So good. I mean, like, that type of movie would not be able to exist 10 years ago, you know. I love that. So many like things that I don't know. I think it's like there's never been a better time to be a movie enjoyer. Like, I'm eating. As somebody who enjoys media, there has never been a better time to exist. I eat every single day. I just rewatched Severance. Oh, Severance was so good. 3-year wait time though. 3-year wait time for a second season is insane. Don't ever do that to me again. Apple TV, don't ever do that to me again. Don't ever do that to me again. I will come to the building. I will come to the Apple television. Don't ever do that to me again. 3-year wait time for season 2. Yeah, okay. Okay. 3 years. Okay. You're fucking crazy. Shit. Patchy, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Monkey Man was really good. I won't spoil anything for you, but season 2 is coming out of Severance in January, and I will be seated and I will watch. Damn, they're gonna be releasing episodes weekly. I will be seated weekly, I tell you. I will be seated. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Severance, if you've never seen Severance. Wow. If they drop the ball on Severance, I will lose my fucking shit because it's been 3 years. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor, by the way. Patchy, thank you so much for following. I'll be so mad. I'm gonna be ranting on twitter.com. Yeah. There's so much good TV to watch. Like, if you like watching happy television shows, you can spend an entire like lifetime just watching that. You never have to like watch a sad television show in your life. Back in the day, you just have to you just had to watch whatever was on television. respect that here. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? That redeem should actually be turned off, but that redeem should actually be turned off. So thank you for reminding me, Billy. But 1, 2, 3, womp. But you do get it, because you're the only person that noticed it was still on. You're the only person that noticed it was still on. I knew I was forgetting to do something, but you're the only person that gets it for freebies, $3.99. But you are such a good pet, Billy. You are such an amazing pet. You are so kind and lovely, and you are so good every single time. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Your hair is adorable. I mean, it's nice and fluffy. It's my date night outfit because Memes was taking me on a date. It's actually over now. The date is over. The date is over, so we must say goodbye until the next time someone redeems it. Until the next time someone redeems it, it's cool. Try to be a good person. Well, I mean, even if you were a bad person, you still redeemed it, so I would have said that. I believe you. I believe you, I do. Wow. Now I have to check all the other redeems. I'm like, okay, well, let me check that all the redeems are still on there, that I want to still be on there. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, I turned off this one. I forgot. Whoops. That one should still be there. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, everything else is on there. That should be on there. It was just that one. I don't give out affirmations for free $99 anymore. Everyone is abusing that. Thanks much. I do appreciate the pets. I do. Ara ara. Thank you. Alright. And thanks for redeeming the I'm just a little guy, because I am in fact just a little guy. And sometimes people talk about that. I mean, I can neither confirm nor deny if you are just in fact a little guy. Can neither confirm nor deny. Alright, where were we in Coraline? We were on page 79. We were on page 79. We're on page 70, 79, and okay. Last time in Coraline was stuck inside of the mirror. She's by herself. She's with the cat that has no other name but the cat. And she is page 76 because it feels weird to not have that context. So I'm gonna start from page 76. And work back to the last chapter we left off on. The bag was filled with large, shiny black beetles, crawling all over each other in their efforts to get out of the bag. "No," said Coraline, "I don't want one." "Suit yourself," said her other mother. She carefully picked out a particularly large and black beetle, pulled off its legs, which she dropped. Horatio, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I have an eyelash in my eye that is preventing me from seeing anything. Well, I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. Let's see. Right there. Which she dropped neatly into a big glass ashtray on the small table beside the sofa and pumped the beetle into her mouth. She crunched it happily. "Yum," she said, and took another. "You're sick," said Coraline. "Sick and evil and weird." "Is that any way to talk to your mother?" her other mother asked, with her mouth full of black beetles. "You aren't my mother," said Coraline. Her other mother ignored this. "Now, I think you are a little overexcited, Coraline. Perhaps this afternoon we could do a little embroidery together, or some watercolor painting, then dinner, and then, if you have been good, you may play with the rats a little before bed, and I shall read you a story and tuck you in and kiss you goodnight." Her long, white fingers fluttered gently like a tired butterfly, and Coraline shivered. "No," said Coraline. The other mother sat on the sofa. Her mouth was set in a line. Her lips were pursed. She popped another black beetle into her mouth, and then another, like someone with a bag of chocolate-covered raisins. Her big black button eyes stared into Coraline's hazel eyes. Her shiny black hair twined and twisted about her neck and shoulders, as if it were blowing in some wind that Coraline could not touch or feel. They stared at each other for over a minute. Then the other mother said, "Manners." She folded the white paper bag carefully so no black beetles could escape, and she placed it back in the shopping bag. Then she stood up and up and up. She seemed taller than Coraline remembered. She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out the first black door key. She held it up triumphantly. There we are, she said. This is for you, Coraline, for your own good, because I love you, to teach you manners. Manners maketh man, after all. She pulled Coraline back to the hallway and advanced upon the mirror at the end of the hall. Then she pushed the tiny key into the fabric of the mirror and she twisted it. It opened like a door, revealing a dark space behind it. You may come out when you've learned some manners, said the other mother. And when you're ready to be a loving daughter. She picked Coraline up and pushed her into the dim space behind the mirror. A fragment of beetle was sticking to her lower lip, and there was no expression at all in her black button eyes. Then she swung the mirror door closed and left Coraline in darkness. And now we're on chapter 7. Sorry, my tits just pushed the mic. Oh, wow, I stretched a little bit. My tits just like pushed pushed the mic. Three bands in a row. Whoa. Whoa. Sorry, bot is working overtime, I tell you. Anarchy, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. That one caught me off guard. 3 in a row. Whoa. I'm gonna add a heart in your honor. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I forgot. I didn't put Denji on. That would have been great for when we were talking about Denji earlier. Or on yesterday's stream. Whoa. I don't have that one set up, but let me see. Because I just turned it back on, so that one's not connected to the rest of them. Where would that be? That would be in channel points over here. I gotta start it. I gotta do it. Oh, there it is. There he is. Okay. There's the love of my life. There he goes. Okay. I was gonna check on something really quick, but yeah, that's where we last left Coraline. Yeah, if something doesn't trigger, it's just because I turned off that redeem, and I just turned it back on, so it's not connected to the automatic player. Yeah, but I will usually just do it myself. I'll usually just end up doing it myself. If I see that it doesn't actually go. Not ban vision, okay. Okay, anyway. Just wanted to check something. Now we can do chapter 7. Page 79. What's gonna happen to Coraline? Somewhere inside her, Coraline could feel a huge sob welling up, and then she stopped it before it came out. She took a deep breath and let it go. She put out her hands to touch the space in which she was imprisoned. It was the size of a broom closet, tall enough to stand in or sit in, not wide or deep enough to lie down in. One wall was glass, and it felt cool to the touch. She went around the tiny room a second time, running her hands over every surface that she could reach, feeling for doorknobs or switches or concealed catches some kind of way out, and found nothing. Okay. A spider scuttled over the back of her hand, and she choked back a shriek. But apart from the spider, she was alone in the closet, in the pitch dark. And then her hand touched something that felt for all the world like somebody's cheek and lips, small and cold, and a voice whispered in her ear, "Hush and shush. Say nothing, for the beldam might be listening." Coraline said nothing. She felt a cold hand touch her face, fingers running over it, like the gentle beat of a moth's wing. Another voice, hesitant and so faint Coraline wondered if she were imagining it, said, art thou alive?" "Yes," whispered Coraline. "Poor child," said the first voice. "Who are you?" whispered Coraline. "Names, names, names," said another voice, all far away and lost. "The names are the first things to go after the breath has gone, and the beating of the heart. We keep our memories longer than our names. I still keep pictures in my mind of my governess on some May morning, carrying my hoop and stick, and the morning sun behind her, and the tulips bobbing in the breeze. But I have forgotten the name of my governess, and of the tulips too. I don't think tulips have names," said Coraline. "They're just tulips." "Perhaps," said the voice sadly. "But I have always thought that these tulips must have had names. They were red and orange and red and red and orange and yellow, like the embers in the nursery fire of a winter's evening. I remember them." The voice sounded so sad that Coraline put out a hand to the place where the voice was coming from, and she found a cold hand, and she squeezed it tightly. Her eyes were beginning to get used to the darkness. Now Coraline saw, or imagined she saw, 3 shapes, each as faint and pale as the moon in the daytime sky. They were the shapes of children about her own size. The cold hand squeezed her hand back. "Thank you," said the voice. "Are you a girl?" asked Coraline. "Or a boy?" There was a pause. "When I was small, I wore skirts, and my hair was long and curled," it said doubtfully. "But now that you ask, it does seem to me that one day they took my skirts and gave me breeches and cut my hair. 'Tain't something we give a mind to," said the first of the voices. "A boy, perhaps then," continued the one whose hand she was holding. "I believe I was once a boy." And it glowed a little more brightly in the darkness of the room behind the mirror. "What happened to you all?" asked Coraline. "How did you come here?" "She left us here," said one of the voices. "Stole our hearts, and she stole our soul, and she took our lives away. And she left us here, and she forgot about us in the dark." "You poor things," said Coraline. "How long have you been here?" "So very long a time," said a voice. "Aye, time beyond reckoning," said another voice. "I walked through the scullery door," said the voice of the one that thought it might be a boy, "and I found myself back in the parlor. But she was waiting for me. She told me she was my other mama, but I never saw my true mama again." "Flee," said the very first voice. Another girl, Coraline fancied. "Flee while there's still air in your lungs and blood in your veins and warmth in your heart. Flee while you still have your mind and your soul." "I'm not running away," said Coraline. "She has my parents. I came to get them back." "Ah, but she'll keep you here while the days turn to dust and the leaves fall and the years pass one after the next, like the tick, tick, ticking of a clock." "No," said Coraline, "she won't." There was a silence then in the room behind the mirror. "Peradventure," souls. Has she taken them? Asked Coraline, shocked. Aye, and hidden them. That is why we could not leave here when we died. She kept us, and she fed on us. Until now, we have nothing left of ourselves, only snake skins and spider husks. Find our secret hearts, young mistress. And what will happen to you if I do? Asked Coraline. The voices said nothing. And what is she going to do to me? She said. The pale figures pulsed faintly. She could imagine that they were nothing more than after images, like the glow left by a bright light in your eyes after the lights go out. It doth not hurt, whispered one faint voice. She will take your life, and all you are, and all you carest for, and she will leave you with nothing but mist and fog. She will take your joy, and one day you'll awake, and your heart and your soul will have gone. A husk you'll be, a wisp you'll be, and a thing no more than a dream on waking, or a memory of something forgotten. Hollow, whispered the third voice. Hollow, 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 hollow. You must flee, sighed a voice faintly. I don't think so, said Coraline. I tried running away and it didn't work. She just took my parents. Can you tell me how to get out of this room? If we knew, then we would tell you. Poor things, said Coraline to herself. She sat down. She took off her sweater and rolled it up and put it behind her head as a pillow. She won't keep me in the dark forever, said Coraline. She brought me here to play games. Games and challenges, the cat said. I'm not much of a challenge here in the dark. She tried to get comfortable, twisting and bending herself to fit the cramped space behind the mirror. Her stomach rumbled. She ate her last apple, taking the tiniest bites, making it last as long as she could. When she finished, she was still hungry. Then an idea struck her, and she whispered, when she comes to let me out, why don't you three just come with me? We wish that we could, they sighed to her, in their barely there voices. But she has our hearts in her keeping. Now we belong to the dark, and to the empty places. The light would shrivel us and burn. Ara ara. Thank you, Gojo. Oh, said Coraline. and she went to sleep. And as she fell asleep, she thought she felt a ghost kiss her cheek. Tenderly, and a small voice whisper into her ear, a voice so faint it was barely there at all, a gentle whispering nothing of a voice so hushed that Coraline could almost believe she was imagining it. Look through the stone, it said to her, and then she slept. Chapter 8. This one had some really cute illustrations and terrifying illustrations that I just skipped past. Chapter 8, page 87. The other mother looked healthier than before. There was a little blush to her cheeks, and her hair was wriggling like lazy snakes on a warm day. Her black button eyes seemed as if they had been freshly polished. She had pushed through the mirror as if she were walking through nothing more solid than water, and had stared down at Coraline. Then she had opened the door with the little silver key. She picked Coraline up, just as Coraline's real mother had when Coraline was much younger, cradling the half-sleeping child as if she were a baby. The other mother carried Coraline into the kitchen and put her down very gently upon the countertop. Coraline struggled to wake herself up, conscious only for the moment of having been cuddled and loved and wanting more of it, then realizing where she was and who she was with. "There, my sweet Coraline," said her other mother. "I came and fetched you out of the cupboard. You needed to be taught a lesson, but we temper our justice with mercy here. We love the sinner, but we hate the sin. Now, if you will be a good child who loves her mother, be compliant and fair-spoken, you and I will understand each other perfectly, and we shall love each other perfectly as well." Coraline scratched the sleep grit from her eyes. "There were other children in there," she said, "old ones, from a long time ago." "Where there?" said the other mother. She was bustling between pans in the fridge, bringing out eggs and cheeses, butter, and a slab of sliced pink bacon. "Yes," said Coraline, "there were. I think you're planning to turn me into one of them, a dead shell." Her other mother smiled gently. With one hand, she cracked the eggs into a bowl. With the other, she whisked them and whirled them. Then she dropped a pat of butter into a frying pan, where it hissed and fizzled slices of cheese. She poured the melted butter and cheese into the egg mixture and whisked it some more. Now, I think you're being silly, dear, said the other mother. I love you. I will always love you. Nobody sensible believes in ghosts anyway. That's because they're all such liars. Smell the lovely breakfast I'm making for you. She poured the yellow mixture into the pan. Cheese omelet, your favorite. Coraline's mouth watered. You like games, she said. That's what I've been told. The other mother's black eyes flashed. Everybody likes games, was all she said. Yes, said Coraline. She climbed down from the counter and sat at the table. The bacon was sizzling and spitting under the grill. It smelled wonderful. I zoominated her. Wouldn't you be happier if you won me fair and square? Asked Coraline. Possibly, said the other mother. She had a show of unconcernedness, but her fingers twitched and drummed. As she licked her lips with her scarlet tongue. What exactly are you offering? Me, said Coraline, and she gripped her knees to the table to stop them from shaking. If I lose, I'll stay here with you forever, and I'll let you love me. I'll be a most dutiful daughter. I'll eat your food, and I'll play happy families, and I'll let you sew your buttons into my eyes. Her other mother stared at her. Black buttons, unblinking. That sounds very fine, she said. And if you do not lose, then you let me go. You let everyone go. My real father and mother, the dead children, everyone you've trapped here. The other mother took the bacon from under the grill and put it on a plate. Then she slipped the cheese omelet from the pan onto the plate, flipping it as she did so, letting it fold itself into a perfect omelet shape. She placed the breakfast plate in front of Coraline, along with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice and a mug of frothy hot chocolate. I just have to say, I cannot stand when in children's media they have 6 different drinks on a breakfast table. I see that a lot in cereal commercials where they'll have a full glass of milk and then also orange juice. It's okay, one or the other. I promise you kids aren't doing both. I promise you. If you've ever hung out with a child, they will Also, if you're having cereal, why do you need a glass of milk to wash down the cereal? You're drinking the milk. Like, this breakfast of omelet with hot chocolate and orange juice is disgusting. But that's why I'm not a child getting abducted like Coraline. Yes, she said. I think I like this game. But what kind of game shall it be? A riddle game? A test of knowledge or skill? An exploring game, suggested Coraline. A finding things game. And what is it you think you should be finding in this hide and go seek game, Coraline Jones? Coraline hesitated. Then, my parents, said Coraline, and the souls of the children behind the mirror. The other mother smiled at this, triumphantly, and Coraline wondered if she had made the right choice. Still, it was too late to change her mind now. A deal, said the other mother. Now eat up your breakfast, my sweet. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Coraline stared at the breakfast, hating herself for giving in so easily, but she was starving. How do I know you'll keep your word? Asked Coraline. I swear it, said the other mother. I swear it on my own mother's grave. Does she have a grave? Asked Coraline. Oh, yes, said the other mother. I put her in there myself, and when I found her trying to crawl out, I put her back. Swear on something else, so I can trust you to keep your word. SDXB, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor. Hope you're having a good day and night wherever you are. Honestly, I'm putting myself to sleep. It's like every ASMR stream. Like, I really am putting myself to sleep just reading this. My right hand, said the other mother, holding it up. She waggled the long fingers slowly, displaying the claw-like nails. I swear on that. Coraline shrugged. Okay, she said. It's a deal. She ate the breakfast, trying not to wolf it down. She was hungrier than she thought. As she ate, the other mother stared at her. It was hard to read expressions into those black button eyes, but Coraline thought that her other mother looked hungry too. She drank the orange juice, but even though she knew she would like it, she could not bring herself to taste the hot chocolate. Where should I start looking? Asked Coraline. Where you wish, said her other mother, as if she did not care at all. Coraline looked at her, and Coraline thought hard. was no point, she decided, in exploring the garden. And the grounds. They didn't exist. They weren't real. There was no abandoned tennis court in the other mother's world, no bottomless well. All that was real was the house itself. She looked around the kitchen. She opened the oven, peered into the freezer, poked into the salad compartment of the fridge. The other mother followed her about, looking at Coraline with a smirk always hovering at the edge of her lips. "How big are the souls anyway?" asked Coraline. The other mother sat down at the kitchen table and leaned back against the wall, saying nothing. She picked at her teeth with a long, crimson varnished fingernail, and then tapped the finger. Against the polished black surface of her black button eyes. "Fine," said Coraline. "Don't tell me. I don't care. It doesn't matter if you help me or not. Everyone knows that a soul is the same size as a beach ball." She was hoping the other mother would say something like, "Nonsense. They're the size of ripe onions, or suitcases, or grandfather clocks." But the other mother simply smiled, and of her fingernail against her eye was as steady and as relentless as the drip of water droplets from the faucet into the sink. And then Coraline realized it was simply the noise of the water, and she was alone in the room. Coraline shivered. She preferred the other mother to have a location. If she was nowhere, then she could be anywhere. And after all, it is always easier to be afraid of something you cannot see. She put her hands into her pockets, and her fingers closed around the reassuring shape of the stone with a hole in it. She pulled it out of her pocket, held it in front of her as if she were holding a gun, and walked out into the hall. There was no sound but of the water dripping into the metal sink. Thank you, Tori. Thanks much. She glanced at the mirror at the end of the hall. For a moment, it clouded over, and it seemed to her that faces swam in the glass, indistinct and shapeless. But then the faces were gone. And was nothing in the mirror but a girl who was small for her age, holding something that glowed gently like a green gold. Coraline looked down at her hand, surprised. It was just a stone with a hole in it, a nondescript brown pebble. Then she looked back into the mirror, where the stone glimmered like an emerald. Thanks for the follow, Big Sexy himself. Okay. Thanks much. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. That took me out. Your voice is really nice, thank you. That's a really nice thing to hear. I hope you're doing amazing tonight. I'm doing pretty well. I'm a little bit eepy, a little bit sleepy. But you know, when am I not? When is Bobcat's not a little eepy, a little sleepy? It's an always, so you know, it's fine. Okay. A trail of green fire blew from the pebble in the mirror and drifted toward Coraline's bedroom. Said Coraline. She walked into the bedroom. The toys fluttered excitedly as she walked in, as if they were pleased to see her, and a little tank rolled out of the box to greet her, its tread rolling over several other toys. It fell from the toy box onto the floor, tipping as it fell, and it lay on the carpet like a beetle on its back, grumbling and grinding its shreds before Coraline picked it up and turned it over. The tank fled under the bed in embarrassment. Coraline looked around the room. She looked in the cupboards and the drawers. Then she picked up one end of the toy box and tipped all the toys in it onto the carpet, where they grumbled and stretched and wiggled awkwardly free of each other. A gray marble rolled across the floor and against the wall. None of the toys looked particularly soul-like, she thought. She picked up and examined a silver charm bracelet from which hung a tiny animal charms that chased that chased each other around the perimeter of the bracelet. The fox never catching the rabbit, the bear never gaining on the fox. Coraline opened her hand and looked at the stone with the hole in it, hoping for a clue, but not finding one. Most of the toys that had been in the toy box had now crawled away to hide under the bed, and the few toys that were left, a green plastic soldier, the glass marble, a vivid pink yo-yo, and such, were the kind of things you would find in the bottoms of toy boxes in the real world. Forgotten objects, abandoned and unloved. I'm gonna take a second some lip balm. It's like my lips like are not juicy enough to really deal with this right now. Okay, I feel better now. I seriously like cannot deal with like even slightly dry lips. Like I just need my lip balm. Okay. Page 95. She was about to leave and look elsewhere. And then she remembered a voice in the darkness, a gentle whispering voice, and what it had told her to do. She raised the stone with a hole in it and held it in front of her right eye. She closed her left eye and looked at the room through the hole in the stone. Through the stone, the world was gray and colorless, like a pencil drawing. Everything in it was gray. No, not quite everything. Something glinted on the floor. Something the color of an ember in a nursery fireplace. The color of a scarlet and orange tulip nodding in the May sun. Coraline reached out her left hand, scared that if she took her eye off of it, it would vanish, and she fumbled for the burning thing. Her fingers closed about something smooth and cool. She snatched it up and lowered the stone with a hole in it from her eye and looked down. The gray glass marble from the bottom of the toy box sat dully in the pink palm of her hand. She raised the stone to her eye once more and looked through it at the marble. Once again, the marble burned and flickered with the red fire. A voice whispered in her mind, "Indeed, lady, it comes to me that I certainly was a boy. Now I do think on it. Oh, but you must hurry. There are 2 of us still to find, and the beldam is already angry with you for uncovering me." If I'm going to do this, thought Coraline, I'm not going to do it in her clothes. She changed back into her pajamas and her dressing gown and her slippers, leaving the gray sweater and black jeans neatly folded up on the bed, the orange boots on the floor by the toy box. She put the marble into her dressing gown pocket and walked out into the hall. Something stung her face and hands like sand blowing on a beach on a windy day. She covered her eyes and pushed forward. The sand stings got worse, and it got harder and harder to walk, as if she were pushing into the wind on a particularly blustery day. It was a vicious wind and a cold one. She took a step backwards, the way she had come. "Oh, keep going," whispered a ghost voice which stung her cheeks and face with invisible sand, sharp as needles, sharp as glass. "Play fair," shouted Coraline into the wind. There was no reply, but the wind whipped about her one more time, petulantly, and then it dropped away and was gone. As she passed the kitchen, Coraline could hear, in the sudden silence, of the water from the leaking tap, or perhaps the other mother's long fingernails. Tapping impatiently against the table, Coraline resisted the urge to look. In a couple of strides, she reached the front door and she walked outside. Coraline went down the steps and around the house until she reached the other Mrs. Spink and Miss Forcible's flat. The lamps around the door were flickering on and off, almost randomly now, spelling out no words that Coraline could understand. The door was closed. At first, she was afraid it was locked, and she pushed on it with all her strength. First it stuck, then suddenly it gave, and with a jerk, Coraline stumbled into the dark room beyond. Coraline closed one hand around the stone with a hole in it and walked forward into blackness. She expected to find a curtain and a room, but there was nothing there. The room was dark. The theater was empty. She moved ahead cautiously. Something rustled above her. She looked up into a deeper darkness, and as she did, so her feet knocked against something. She reached down, picked up a flashlight, and clicked it on, sweeping the beam around the floor. The theater was derelict and abandoned. Chairs were broken on the floor, and old, dusty spider webs draped the walls and hung from the rotten wood and decomposing velvet hangings. Something rustled once again. Coraline directed her light beam upward towards the ceiling. There were things up there, hairless, jellyish. She thought they might once have had faces, might even once have been dogs, but no dogs had wings like bats, or could hang like spiders, like bats upside down. Eyeshadow. The light startled the creatures. its wings whirring heavily through the dust. Coraline ducked as it swooped close to her. It came to rest on a far wall, and it began to clamber upside down back to the nest of dog bats upon the ceiling. Coraline raised the stone to her eye, and she scanned the room through it, looking for something that glowed or glinted, a telltale sign that somewhere in this room was another hidden soul. She ran the beam of the flashlight about the room as she searched, the thick dust in the air making the light beam seem almost solid. There was something up on the back wall behind the ruined stage. It was a grayish white, twice the size of Coraline herself, and it was stuck to the back wall like a slug. Coraline took a deep breath. I am not afraid, she told herself. I'm not. She did not believe herself, but she scrambled up onto the old stage, fingers sinking into the rotting wood as she pulled herself up. As she got closer to the thing on the wall, thank you, Gal, for the follow. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. Hope that it's good. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor right about now. The yawning's really getting to me. Wow. Alright. As she got closer to the thing on the wall, she saw that it was some kind of sack, like a spider's egg case. It twitched in the light beam. Inside the sack was something that looked like a person, but a person with two heads, with twice as many arms and legs as it should have had. The creature inside the sack seemed horribly unformed and unfinished, as if two plasticine people had been warmed and rolled together, squashed and pressed into one thing. Coraline hesitated. She did not want to approach the thing. The dog bats dropped, one by one, from the ceiling and began to circle the room, coming close to her, but never touching her. Perhaps there are no souls hidden in here, she thought. Perhaps I can just leave and go somewhere else. She took a last look through the hole in the stone. The abandoned theater was still a bleak gray, but now there was a brown glow, as rich and bright as polished cherry wood, coming from inside the sack. Whatever was glowing was being held in one of the hands of the thing on the wall. Coraline walked slowly across the damp stage, trying to make as little noise as she could, afraid that if she disturbed the thing in the sack, it would open its eyes and see her. And then but there was nothing that she could think of as scary as having it look at her. Her heart pounded in her chest. She took another step forward. She had never been so scared, but still, she walked forward until she reached the sack. Then, she pushed her hand into the sticky, clinging whiteness of the stuff on the wall. It crackled softly, like a tiny fire as she pushed, and clung to her skin and clothes like a spider web clings, like white cotton candy. She pushed her hand into it, and she reached upward until she touched a cold hand, which was, she could feel, closed around another glass marble. The creature's skin felt slippery, as if it had been covered in jelly. Coraline tugged at the marble. Thank you for the pull on it. Let's see. Let me set this book down. Let me see. Pinky. Ring finger. Middle finger. Pointer finger. And thumb. And then one last crack, which is all my fingers. Big stretch for the Reddit mod. My back needed that one. Ooh, that was my arm. Thank you, Guy, for the follow. Thanks much. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor. My arm needed that crack. Thank you, Jeppa, by the way, too, for the follow. I hope you both are having a good day night wherever you are. Yeah. Oh, my wrist too cracked. I don't know if you heard that. My wrist, yeah. Usually I just crack them all at the same time. Usually I'll crack like my back, my arms, all at the same time. I'm gonna add your hearts right there. One. And one more. Over here. Okay. Very crunchy, yeah. Most people think it's because like I don't stretch that often. That's really not it. I just can, I don't know why my bones are like that. It might be because I'm disabled. I don't know. Because there's like nothing wrong with me, like clinically, so outside of the disability, of course. There's nothing wrong with my bones. I have very healthy bones. was held tight in the creature's grasp. Then one by one, the fingers loosened their grip, and the marble slipped into her hand. She pulled her arm back through the sticky webbing, relieved that the thing's eyes had not opened. She shone the light on its faces. They resembled, she decided, the younger versions of Miss Pink and Miss Forcible, but twisted and squeezed together like two lumps of wax that had melted and melded into one ghastly thing. Without warning, one of the creature's hands made a grab for Coraline's arm. Its fingernails scraped her skin, but it was too slippery to grip, and Coraline pulled away successfully. And then the eyes opened, 4 black buttons glinting and staring down at her, and 2 voices that sounded like no voice that Coraline had ever heard began to speak to her. I did forget to do my thirsty redeem. Completely forgot about drinking. I did forget. Thanks much. One of them wailed and whispered, the other buzzed like a fat and angry blue bottle at a window pane. But the voices said, as one person, thief, give it back, stop, thief. The air became alive with dog bats. Coraline began to back away. She realized then that terrifying though the thing on the wall had once been, the other, Mrs. Pink and Forcible, was. It was attached to the wall by its web, encased in its cocoon. It could not follow her. The dog bats flapped and fluttered about her. Darth Moo, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, night. Wherever you are, I'm gonna add AR in your honor. Right about now. Right there. Okay. The dog bats flapped and fluttered about her, but they did nothing to hurt Coraline. She climbed down from the stage and shone the flashlight about the old theater, looking for a way out. Flee, miss, wailed a girl's voice in her head. Flee now. You have 2 of us. Flee this place while your blood still flows. Coraline dropped the marble into her pocket beside the other. She spotted the door and ran to it, This is chapter 8, or maybe it's 9. I can't tell. They're in Roman numerals. Roman numerals. Roman numerals. Wow. Hard words, hard words. So it's hard. Yeah, it's 9. We're on chapter 9. I was like, I think the last chapter was chapter 8. Chapter 9. Page 103. Outside, the world had become formless, swirling mist with no shapes or shadows behind it, while the house itself seemed to have twisted and stretched. It seemed to Coraline that it was crouching and staring down at her, as if it were not really a house, but only the idea of a house. And the person who had had the idea, she was certain, was not a good person. There was sticky web stuff clinging to her arm, and she wiped it off as best she could. The gray windows of the house slanted at strange angles. The other mother was waiting for her, standing on the grass with her arms folded. Her black button eyes were expressionless, but her lips were pressed tightly together in a cold fury. When she saw Coraline, she reached out one long, white hand, and she crooked a finger. Coraline walked toward her. The other mother said nothing. "I've got two," said Coraline. "One soul still to go." The expression on the other mother's face did not change. She might not have heard what Coraline said. "Well, I just thought you'd want to know," said Coraline. "Thank you, Coraline," said the other mother coldly. And her voice did not just come from her mouth. It came from the mist and the fog and the house and the sky. She said, "You know that I love you." And despite herself, Coraline nodded. It was true. The other mother loved her. But she loved Coraline as a miser loves money or a dragon loves its gold. In the other mother's button eyes, Coraline knew that she was a possession, nothing more. A tolerated pet whose behavior was no longer amusing. "I don't want your love," said Coraline. "I don't want anything from you. Not even a helping hand," asked the other mother. "You have been doing so well after all. I thought you might want a little hint to help you with the rest of your treasure hunt." "I'm doing fine on my own," said Coraline. "Yes," said the other mother. "But if you wanted to get into the flat in the front, the empty one, to look around, Coraline pondered this for a moment. Then she said, "Is there a key?" The other mother stood there in the paper gray fog of the flattening world. Her black hair had drifted about her head as if it had a mind and a purpose all of its own. She coughed suddenly in the back of her throat. And then she opened her mouth. The other mother reached up her hand and removed a small brass front door key from her tongue. "Here," she said, "you'll need this to get in." She tossed the key casually towards Coraline, who caught it one-handed before she could think about whether she wanted it or not. The key was still slightly damp. A chill wind Malumbardo, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks much. And thank you, Billy, for the headbands. Thank you. I'm gonna add a heart in your honor in one quick second. I'm gonna add it right here. A chill wind blew about them, and Coraline shivered and looked away. When she looked back, she was alone. Uncertainly, she walked around to the front of the house and stood in front of the door to the empty flat. Like all the doors, it was painted bright green. "She does not mean you well," whispered a ghost voice in her ear. "We do not believe that she would help you. It must be a trick." Coraline said, "Yes, you're right, I expect." Then she put the key in the lock and turned it. Silently, the door swung open, and silently, Coraline walked inside. The walls had I tried PC. The flat walls. I gotta try that again. Why? The flat had walls the color of old milk. The wooden boards of the floor were uncarpeted and dusty, with the marks and patterns of old carpets and rugs on them. Thank you. Thanks much. There was no furniture in here. Only places where furniture had once been. Nothing decorated the walls. There were discolored rectangles walls to show where paintings or photographs had once hung. Hi, Zorgo. It was so silent that Coraline imagined that she could hear the motes of dust drifting through the air. She found herself to be quite worried that something would jump out at her, so she began to whistle. She thought it might make it harder for things to jump out at her if she was whistling. At first, she walked through the empty kitchen. Then, she walked through an empty bedroom containing only a cast iron bath, and in the bath, a dead spider the size of a small cat. In the last room she looked at, she supposed, once been a bedroom. She could imagine that the rectangular dust shadow on the floorboards had once been a bed. Then she saw something and smiled grimly. Set into the floorboards was a large metal ring. Coraline knelt and took the gold ring in her hand, and she dug upward as hard as she could. Terribly, slowly, stiffly, heavily, a hinged square of the floor lifted. It was a trapdoor. It lifted, and through the opening, Coraline could see only darkness. She reached out, and her hand found a gold switch. And she flicked it without much hope that it would work. But somewhere below her, a bulb lit, and a thin yellow light came up from the hole in the floor. She could see steps heading down, but nothing else. Coraline put her hand into her pocket and took out the stone with the hole in it. She looked through it at the cellar, but saw nothing. She put the stone back into her pocket. Up through the hole came the smell of damp clay and something else. An acrid tang, like sour vinegar. Coraline let herself down into the hole, looking nervously at the trapdoor. It was so heavy that if it fell, she was sure she would be trapped down in the darkness forever. She put up a hand and touched it, but it stayed in position. And then she turned toward the darkness below, and she walked down the steps. Set into the wall at the bottom of the steps was another light switch, metal and rusting. She pushed it down until it clicked was obsessed with filling my gut with water, and it's like, what if I want to fill my gut with cherry Pepsi? I don't. I want to fill it with cherry Coke. But like, what if, you know? You know, like what if? Hi, Enigma. I'm honestly like putting myself to sleep. I'm ready for bedtime. I'm ready for bedtime. I really am. Wow. Dr. Pepper on a good day. I did have Dr. Pepper earlier. I did. It was really delicious. I hadn't had Dr. Pepper in a while. So it was really a treat, I tell you. If you have Dr. Pepper too much, it doesn't become good anymore. You gotta have it every now and again. In my opinion. Have an eyelash, make a wish. Quickly, make a wish. Make a wish. I'm about to fly, make a wish. Don't tell me what you wish for. I don't need to know. Happy I can make it to a stream of yours. This looks cute. Yeah, I do. Book readings. Twice a week now, so this is one of them. Twice a week I sit down and I read a book. Since no one wants to go to school, I must bring the school to the stream, in a way. Okay, wow. Book is good. The book is good. The book is very good. Love the book. I was gonna say very different than I was gonna wait until after I was done reading oh my god, I was done reading the chapter, but oh yeah, but this is like so different than the movie. If you know the movie, then you know that like there is no trapdoor. There's nothing that happens like that. Also, I find it interesting that like the other mother is like so very heavily involved and just kind of like watching. I noticed a small difference. There's like massive differences. What? Small. I mean, we talked about it last stream, so maybe you like fell asleep. Or like we're not here. We talked about a lot more of the differences last stream. Kamacrax, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks much. I very much appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I fell asleep, probably, yeah. But I like the fact, I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor, by the way. I really like the fact that, the other mother is like so omnipresent. Like she's this like looming figure that's haunting Coraline. I think the book is like way more horrific, frankly, than the movie because Coraline is so alone. I'm gonna put your heart like right over here. For some reason, like none of the redeems are triggering. I'm gonna like close out real quick. I'm gonna let that save. It's probably because I had everything running. I'm gonna run it. That's me. I'm gonna run. I had everything running, and I usually don't let things run before stream, but I was too EP and I didn't want to. I have to restart everything. Let me see. Let me let it rock for a second. so we're gonna read it together. I don't know. People say it's good, but I haven't read it, so it might be gas. It might be garbage, but I'm hoping that it's gas. It's another children's book, so I'm hoping another young adult. I'm on the young adult craze because the differences are goated. We were saying last stream, yeah, you probably fell asleep because we talked about it for sure. I talked about it last ASMR night. The Alchemist. Let me see. You're gonna hear some light, and by light I mean probably heavy, some light keyboard clicks while I Google. I have not read The Alchemist. I feel like I've heard of it before. But yeah, because this is like a famous fable. No. It's a good book. I mean, it seems like a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Heavily recommend to just read. Also, I didn't answer that question from like 30 minutes ago, but Fox, if you're still here, I just remembered the question that you asked from like an hour ago. So, from like an hour ago. So, what books have I read outside of this, like outside of me doing book reading streams? To be honest, like the books that I read are boring. Like in my day to day, I'm not reading like young adult novels in my day to day anymore. I read a lot of texts, like textbooks actually, and I read a lot of articles. So things that I read in my day to day are boring. Because I said this before, when I used to do my ASMR study with me, work with me streams, I was writing and researching for medical journals. It's not my job, but it is something that I do since it kind of pertains to my career, sort of pertains to my career. So in my free time, I honestly read a lot of articles, which is like boring to most people, but that's what I read. But that's what I read. So yeah, I just remember that question right now. So I'm not reading books. I'm reading like medical, like scientific journals. So it doesn't make for like, nah, not boring. It is kind of boring, like a little bit. I'm not gonna sit here and hold you. Very big question. What does pizza taste like? Are you joking or are you being serious? I can't tell. There's no tone indicator. I usually do the same with science related textbooks. Yeah, I mean, I do it mostly because it's like part of my, I guess it's, in a sense, it is part of my career. And because I'm going to publish an article in the next year with a bunch of my research friends. Before we were like publishing a journal, this time we're gonna publish an article, which is like way more work. So I'm just reading a bunch of like scientific articles for our own article, and I'm reading a bunch of research, a bunch of like psychology research, medical research. So that's what I do. I'm not reading like fun stuff, which is why I like doing these streams, so I can read like a fun book. Which I know I read The Hunger Games before, so it was like to a lot of people that's not a fun book, but that's a fun book to me. So it's one of my favorite books. Yes, I do like the child murder. It's fun. Yes, I do. Pizza tastes like bread and cheese and tomato sauce. I do like the murder. It's fun to me. Yeah, I'm trying to think like outside of that, a real book that I read. Yeah, I mean all the books that I've read are like research-based, it's like the research-based stuff, but what, did I like the murder? I do like the murder. Yeah, pizza tastes like hot bread with tomato and cheese. If you've had hot bread, tomato and cheese, then you've had pizza in a sense, you know? I think more cheese than sauce ratio is the best type of pizza, but you know, you get yourself a slice of pizza. The child murder. Child murder made the book better. The child murder was the whole point of the book. Take a pizza roll. Pizza rolls aren't very good. Or rolls. Yeah, I mean, like, you know. Like Tostinos. I fucking hate Tostinos. I know we're taking a pause from the horrors, but like, we're taking a pause from Coraline, but like, Tostinos pizza rolls, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Here's my hot take that no one wants to hear, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Bagel bites, like pizza bagels, also suck. Yeah, they're also bad. That's a conspiracy by Big Bagel. It's not good. It's not good. Pizza bagels are terrible. Yeah, I think they're terrible. I think they were made by Big Bagel, right? To sell more bagels. Because like, I've never had a pizza bagel and I've been like, oh yeah, this is really good. This smacks. And people keep trying to convince me that like pizza bagels are good. I'm so sorry. Hang it up. Hang it up. It's not. It's really not. It's quite terrible. And I think if you like pizza bagels, you probably like deep dish pizza, and I mean that parentheses negative. You're probably like a bread ratio person, where it's like you like more bread on your pizza, like you like a bready ass pizza. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. People that like bready pizza, I don't trust you. You're not to be trusted. If you like pizza and you're like, yes, more bread, you're not to be trusted. You're not to be trusted. Because there's enough bread and you're getting greedy. You're getting greedy. All I've ever had is a typical bagel with cream cheese. Have you ever been to like a bagel shop though? You gotta go to a bagel shop at least once in your life. You gotta go to a bagel shop. If you've never been to a bagel shop, like, and when I say that, I mean like a place that does only bagels. Like that's all they sell. Like, go get yourself some like specialty cream cheese, a specialty bagel. Like, you gotta try it. It's good. You gotta try it. Go to like a local one though. I mean, you can go to like an Einstein Bagels, you know. That's like a commercial one, but actually, you should go to like a local one where they do it like in-house and everything. Oh my god. I had a cinnamon chocolate chip bagel once with like delicious cream cheese. It was like a sweet cream cheese. It's like dessert. It was very good. It's not something you should have every single day, but like, you know, go once, have a specialty bagel. Get yourself like a big bagel. Tell them to put like a lot of cream cheese on it. Yeah, have that with a coffee or something. It's good. Very delicious. I haven't been to a fair in my life. You have to go to a fair. You have to go to a fair. Specifically, you should go to a country fair. I mean, the bagel is more important. Let's be honest. The bagel is way more important, but actually, I think the fair is more important. Also, Mr. Crow, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Have a very good day night wherever you are. I am. Oh my god, I couldn't hear anything. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. The bagel's probably easier than the fair, to be honest. But if you've never been to a fair in your life, go if you can. Go to a country fair, like a southern fair, if you can. Like a southern style fair. that's not the point. You have to know in your head that you are there to devour, okay? You are there to eat. You are not there for fun and games, okay? You are there to yum 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 the entire day. That is your mission, okay? It's so good. I love fair food. I love fair food. I think fairs are so fun, and they're like, if you've never been to like an American fair, you have to go like once if you're not from America. Ever never experienced like American culture, please go to a fair. And like, again, you don't have to go on any rides if that's not your thing. Just go to eat. They will deep fry anything. I love American culture so much. It's so fun to me. Like, it's so fun to me as somebody who's African, like, and was raised like that. It's crazy. They deep fry anything. They deep fry anything. It actually kills me inside that I've never had a deep fried Oreo. I've been to fairs, but I always got like funnel cake because I love funnel cake. Funnel cake, I always get a lemonade. Everything is overpriced, by the way, at the fair. Everything is overpriced. You're gonna be paying like $8 for a lemonade, but it's gonna be so good. That lemonade is gonna be so good. I always get myself a lemonade with a fun bendy straw because I love a fun bendy straw. Funnel cake that I only eat half of because it's too sweet. And I am begging somebody to eat it with me because it's way too sweet. Thank you for the thirsty, the planet, and the Redamon check. I'm gonna start with the Redamon check. Why? Because it's overpriced. Yeah, you have to go with friends and then split everything. That makes it cheaper, frankly. Because then one person can get a drink, and at some stalls they have like refills. Not everyone, but like a lot of fairs will have like a bunch of different stalls. Just go to a stall that has a refill, so like one of you will get the drink and then you all share it if you're comfortable with that. I don't know. Me and my friends are comfortable with that. Like, we can all drink out of the same cup. Like, who gives a shit? We're friends. At least my close friends. Like, we've all been friends for like 10 years, so it's like, yeah, we can drink out of the same cup from each other. It's fine. I've seen all of you naked, so I can drink out of the same cup. So we'll all just like, one person will get one funnel cake. So you can just get one funnel cake and then split it between 3 people, and that makes eating a lot more fun too. I love eating with people. Oh my god, I love eating with people. Like, if we're friends or if we're dating, just expect that we're gonna be eating all the fucking time because I wanna go eat. I wanna go eat. I love eating. It's so much fun. But yeah, eat it at a fair. Get yourself a giant turkey leg. Get yourself a funnel cake. Get yourself something deep fried. It doesn't matter what it is. It just needs to be deep fried. And then get yourself something cheesy. So that you need like 4 of those things. You need like 4 of those things. I don't know if I like using the word big bag. I don't know if I like that because it does have fatphobic connotations. So I just like to say that I like eating. Because like now, like big back, like the more I think about it and the more I like analyze it, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty fatphobic, so I don't like using that. But no, you're fine. Like, people have just taken it. I think it came from like a silly place, but then like nowadays people have just taken it to be like really fatphobic, and it's like, okay, we've had enough. But yeah, like I love, oh my god, an ideal date for me is a dinner crawl. Oh my god, could you imagine? An ideal date is like a dinner crawl. What does that mean, Bobcats? It means we're eating the whole day. So we start at like 7. We start at like 7. We do like light apps at like one place, you know? And then we just keep it going. Like, we eat one thing at every single location until eventually we've had like a full dinner. That sounds like fun. Maybe drinks at this place. friends, honestly. When I hang out with my friends, we just like do that where it's like we go eat at one place and then we go somewhere else. My stomach would burst. It could be like 4 places. Because we would do like apps, drinks, maybe that's optional. The meal, the main course, the entree, and then dessert. So it's like 4 places, 4 or 5, you know, 4 or 5 places. I think you got it. Let's see. Pointer finger. There is nothing in my middle finger. There is nothing in my ring finger. Pinky, and there's nothing in my thumb. Yeah, there's nothing in my fingers. My fingers are all stretched out. And for the thirsty redeem, I'm gonna do a light one because I'm really not thirsty. Yeah, love a dinner crawl. Sounds fun. Yeah, but eating with other people, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. We'll pieces after a blunt. Yeah, me and my friends don't do drugs, so at least we don't do drugs with each other. So I don't do drugs. The only drug I do is alcohol. I don't smoke because it makes my anxiety really bad, and I don't need to hear, oh, you gotta try this one, that one. I have tried all of the weed. I just need you to know I have tried all of the weed. It's bad for me. It's not good for me. So I went through a period of my life where I was like, okay, let's do the drugs, and I tried everything, and I was like, yeah, that's not really for me. That life, not really for me. So I'm good. And my friends can't do it either because one of them gets too hyper and I don't want to be around her when she's like that, and the other one wants to fuck everything in the room, so nobody does drugs. No drugs allowed. Can't bring those two anywhere. The only drug we can do is alcohol. That's it. It's the only one that makes sense for everybody in the room. Thank you for the Kirby. I do appreciate it. Yeah. I think we just like to eat. I think we just like to eat. Yeah, I thought I was gonna be, when I, engaged in the unadulterated material. I thought that I was gonna be somebody that was like super hyper because I'm usually the one that's like yapping it up. But no, I'm like really relaxed even when I drink or whatever. So it was the other ones that we really had to worry about. It was the other ones. Surrey got your ass. Surreybot got your ass. I love Surreybot. Surreybot just knows exactly what to do every single time. I don't even have to see the message. Gone. Deleted. Alright, you want Gamba? I'm gonna go back to reading. Thank you so much for the follow, Alan. Thanks much. I'm gonna add a heart in your honor. Am I gonna? No, I am. But I am actually gonna use the bathroom because we have 3 minutes of advertisements happening right now. Very good small talk. I'm always good at small talk. It's my thing. Because like I can genuinely just talk about anything. Like there's not really anything I can't talk about or something that I don't have an opinion about. I have an opinion about literally everything. Yeah, we're gonna do a 3-minute ad break because I have to pee. just for you and you only, because I feel really nice before I go to the bathroom. Again, just for you and you only. I'm going to give you a kiss. Thanks much. Kisses are for subscribers only, so if you subscribe, if you don't want to see any more ads, you also get kisses from me. But I'm gonna go H everybody with the BRB right about now so I can finish PEing. I will be right back. As soon as I get back, somebody else got banned. So much spam tonight. Literally so much spam tonight. Wow. Alright, I'm back. Let's get back into reading. Let's get back into this book. Wow. Thank you. I'm gonna be back. Alright. I'm just gonna restart the entire page because that feels about right. I'm gonna restart the entire page because it feels weird not to. Thank you. Yeah, I realized during the break I'm actually very hungry, so I'm actually a little bit hungrier than I thought. So we'll see how this goes. Alright. Page 107. Coraline. but saw nothing. She put the stone back into her pocket. Up through the hole came the smell of damp clay and something else, an acrid tang, like sour vinegar. Coraline let herself down into the hole, looking nervously at the trap door. It was so heavy that if it fell, she was sure she would be trapped down in the darkness forever. She put up a hand and touched it, but it stayed in position. And then she turned toward the darkness below, and she walked down the steps. Set into the wall at the bottom of the steps was another light switch, metal and rusting. She pushed it until it clicked down, and a naked bulb hanging from a wire from the low ceiling came on. It did not give up enough light even for Coraline to make out the things that had been painted onto the flaking cellar walls. The paintings seemed crude. There were eyes, she could see that, and things that might have been graves, and other things below them. Coraline could not be sure that they were paintings of people. There was a pile of rubbish in one corner of the room. Cardboard boxes filled with mildewed papers and decaying curtains in a heap beside them. Coraline's slippers crunched across the cement floor. The bad smell was worse now. She was ready to turn and leave when she saw the foot sticking out from beneath the pile of curtains. She took a deep breath. The smells of sour wine and moldy bread filled her head, and she pulled away the damp cloth to reveal something more or less the size and shape of a person. In that dim light, it took her several seconds to recognize it for what it was. The thing was pale and swollen, like a grub, with thin, stick-like arms and feet. It had almost no features on its face, which had puffed and swollen like risen bread dough. The thing had two large black buttons where its eyes should have been. Coraline made a noise, a sound of revulsion and horror, and as if it heard her, and awakened, the thing began to sit up. Coraline stood there, frozen. The thing turned its head until both its Quizzy, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks so much. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I hope that it's good. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. I think I want to put it like right here. frozen. The thing turned its head until both its black button eyes. Carlos, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks much. I'm gonna put on art just for you too. Let me see. I hope you're also doing well. Let's see. I'm gonna put it right there so now it's nice and even. Really get that back swing on the hair, you know. Get those back curls swinging. Alright. Coraline stood there frozen. The thing turned its head until both its black button eyes were pointed straight at her. A mouth open in the mouthless face, strands of pale stuff sticking to the lips, and a voice that no longer even faintly resembled her father's whispered, "Coraline." "Well," said Coraline to the thing that had once been her other father, "at least you didn't jump out at me." The creature's twig-like hands moved to its face and pushed the clay about, making something like a nose. It said nothing. "I'm looking for my parents," said Coraline. "Or a stolen soul from one of the other children. Are they down here?" "There is nothing down here," said the pale thing indistinctly. "Nothing but dust and damp and forgetting." The thing was white and huge and swollen, monstrous, thought Coraline, but also miserable. She raised the stone with a hole in it to her eye and looked through it. Nothing. The pale thing was telling her the truth. "Poor thing," she said. "I bet she made you come down here as punishment for telling me too much." The thing hesitated, and then it nodded. Coraline wondered how she could have ever imagined that this grub-like thing resembled her father. "I'm so sorry," she said. "She's not best pleased," said the thing that was once her other father. "Not best pleased at all. You've put her quite out of sorts, and when she gets out of sorts, she takes it out on everybody else. It's her way." Coraline patted its hairless head. Its skin was tacky, like warm bread dough. "Poor as if it had lost her. Finally, it saw her, and as if making a great effort, it opened its mouth once more and said in a wet, urgent voice, "Run, child, leave this place. She wants me to hurt you, to keep you here forever, so that you can never finish the game, and she will win. She is pushing me so hard to hurt you. I cannot fight her." "You can," said Coraline. "Be brave." She looked around. The thing that had once been her other father was between her and the steps up and out of the cellar. She started edging along the wall, heading towards the steps. The thing twisted bonelessly until its one eye was facing her again. It seemed to be getting bigger now and more awake. "Alas," it said, "I cannot." And it lunged across the cellar toward her then, its toothless mouth open wide. Coraline had a single heartbeat in which to react. She could only think of two things to do. Either she could scream and try to run away and be chased around a badly lit cellar by the huge grub thing, be chased until it got her, or she could do something else. So she did something else. As the thing reached her, Coraline put out her hand and closed it around the thing's remaining but an eye, and she tugged as hard as she knew how. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the button came away and flew from her hand, clicking against the walls before it fell to the cellar floor. The thing froze in place. It threw its pale head back blindly and opened its mouth horribly wide, and it roared its anger and frustration. Then, all in a rush, the thing swept toward the place where Coraline had been standing. But Coraline was not standing there any longer. She was already tiptoeing as quietly as she could up the steps that could take her away from the dim cellar with the crude paintings on the wall. She could not take her eyes from the floor beneath her, though, across which the pale thing flopped and writhed, hunting for her. Then, as if it was being told what to do, the creature stopped moving. Its blind head tipped to one side. "It's listening for me," thought Coraline. "I must be extra quiet foot slipped on the step, and the thing hurt her. Its head tipped toward her. For a moment it swayed and seemed to be gathering its wits. Then, fast as a serpent, it slithered over the steps and began to flow up them. So she thinks much for the follow. Whoa, shh. Thank you. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. Hope you're doing well tonight. A day night, wherever you are. Let's do one right there, like an earring. Then, fast as a serpent, it slithered over the steps and began to flow up them toward her. Coraline turned and ran wildly up the last half-dozen steps, and she pushed herself up and onto the floor of the dusty bedroom. Without pausing, she pulled the heavy trap door toward her and let go of it. It crashed down with a thump, just as something large banged against it. The trapdoor shook and rattled to the floor, but it stayed where it was. Coraline took a deep breath. If there had been any furniture in that flat, even a chair, she would have pulled it onto the trapdoor. But there was nothing. She walked out of that flat as fast as she could, without ever actually running, and she locked the front door behind her. She left the door key under the mat. Then she walked down onto the drive. She had half expected that the other mother would be standing there, waiting for Coraline to come out. But the world was silent and empty. Coraline wanted to go home. She hugged herself and told herself that she was brave. And she almost believed herself. And then she walked around to the side of the house in the gray mist that wasn't a mist. And she made for the stairs to go up. Chapter 10. I just want to say I love chapter 9, a good chapter, good ass chapter. Something I didn't say before in the previous Coraline read when we read the first half of the book, and I kind of touched on it when I talked about Coraline's character, but something else I really like about Coraline is the fact that, like, because in the book, is because she's younger in the book. Like I said before, in the movie, I think she's supposed to be like 15, maybe 14. In the book, she's supposed to be like, you know, she's probably like 12, and she's like a little bit younger, maybe like even 11, going into 12, you know. Coraline has this like really nice, oh yeah, I love the film, I hope you're having a great stream, of course, yeah. Thanks Lottie for like stopping by, totally fine, yeah. Sorry I didn't stay super long. Usually after I'm done streaming, illustrations by David McKean, I think that's his name, David McKean. It's like, hold up, don't know why. Yeah, it's Dave McKean, not David McKean. Yeah, really good illustrations. And he's also done work for like Stephen King too, but like, yeah, it's very different than the movie, so I'd very much recommend it. Speaking of, as I was saying, I really love the fact that like Coraline is like super empathetic throughout the entire book, and it's something that I feel like is missing from the movies, frankly. Again, in my opinion, the movie and the book are literally two different things. Like, yes, they follow like beat for beat the same pathway, but they're both extremely different. Like, they're not the same at all, frankly, after a certain point. Like past chapter like 3, I think they're like very different. And they also have just very different vibes, if you couldn't tell. Like, the book is more horrific in my opinion, and I think the movie is a little bit more eerie. Like, it's eerie, it's creepy, right? But the book has a certain type of horror to it that's not there in the movies. But I appreciate the fact that like Coraline is consistently empathetic. Like, to the ghosts, she's very empathetic. I mean, she's doing it in her own like child way, you know, she's saying poor things, like she is empathizing with them, understanding with them. To this creature that was portraying her other father, which I like this extended scene. They kind of do something different in the movie where they just have him say, like, if you've seen the movie, if you've ever seen the movie, which if you haven't seen the movie, it got re-released to theaters, so if it's in a theater near you in October and spooky season, give it a watch. Go out with friends, go watch Coraline. It's a good movie. It's a different thing than the book, but it's like a good movie. Stop motion animation, delicious. But they just had to have him say like, sorry, she's making me do this before like the other father dies. And like Coraline just kind of like brushes it off, and it's like, that was fucking weird. And then she like continues on her journey for the souls and to find her parents, right? But in this, like, it's like a little moment that she has with this creature where she like pats his head, she like offers comfort to this creature that is really trying to murder her. Is really trying to kill her. And I just really like that about Coraline. I think that's a good quality to have, and it's a good quality to teach children that like you should stay empathetic, you should stay kind even when you're scared, right? Which I think is, yeah, it's just a great lesson. It's like, be kind regardless of the situation, because it can get very easy to be quote unquote evil in situations in which you are scared. So I appreciate that throughout the time that Coraline is terrified out of her fucking mind. And she's constantly having to say to herself like, I am brave, I'm a brave person, like I can do this. For the most part, like, she also doesn't act in violence, which I appreciate. Like, Coraline just like outthinks the situation. Even when it came to Mrs. Spink and Forcible, she just kind of acknowledges that like, okay, they can't hurt me, they're stuck to the wall, so it's my fear that's making this worse than it actually is. And she just leaves. Like, she's like, okay, I can just leave the situation, I got my flashlight, I can flash the dog baths, we're good, we're safe. Like, she doesn't actually ever hurt anything, which is something that, again, I just appreciate. It's like, sometimes violence is not always the answer. Even though I love violence, we love violence, but like, as we know from the Hunger Games, we love violence. But sometimes violence isn't the answer. Sometimes you really are just scared, and that is just really it. Like, that's the end of it. Even in this situation where the thing was trying to kill her, she was like, okay, I'll just remove its eyes so it can't see me. And then that's it. And then I'll leave. I mean, I'll run, but I'm gonna run for sure. But then I'll leave. I cannot remember if that continues throughout the book, but I do know it's not something that kind of, I don't know, I felt like the movie didn't have like that same energy. Especially not with its, I know that for sure, especially not with its like empathy. I do think that Coraline shows empathy towards YB, right? A little bit. She feels kind of bad. She feels a little bad. She's like, oh shit, I got YB all trapped up. And I'm sure if you've never watched Coraline, you're like, who the fuck is YB? He's a character that's just made for the movie. Again, if you didn't know that, YB does not exist in the books. There is no character called YB. It's a movie only thing, which I appreciate because, like, even in the moment, when it came to the stone, like, Coraline has to do a lot of like figuring it out. Like, Coraline has to figure it out herself. I feel like in the movie, Coraline is told a lot more things that she had to figure out herself in the book, which I don't like because I think it takes away how intelligent Coraline actually is and how she's a very smart child. And in the movie, Coraline's a little dumb. I'm not gonna hold you. Coraline's a little dumb. She's a little too old to be doing what she's doing. Because book Coraline would never. Book Coraline was like, I'm out of here. Book Coraline was like, I gotta start running. Even from night one, book Coraline was like, this is fucking weird. But it's his own thing. It's his own thing. I don't consider like book Coraline and the Coraline in the movie to be the same character at all. I think they're like just different children, entirely. Okay. Now that Bubcats is done ranting about the differences, because I have to talk about movie and differences every single time I read a book. I gotta say it every single time. Let's get into chapter 10. Let's do it. I'm like craving a Coca-Cola right now. Whoa. Craving one bad. Okay. Let's get into chapter 10, page 113. I have to cough. Okay, now let's get into chapter 10, otherwise known as chapter X, for X marks the spot. A Coraline walked up the stairs outside the building to the topmost flat, where, in her world, the crazy old man upstairs lived. She had gone up there once with her real mother when her mother was collecting for charity. They had stood in the open doorway, waiting for the crazy old man with the big mustache to find the envelope that Coraline's mother had left. And the flat had smelled of strange foods and pipe tobacco and odd, sharp, cheesy smelling things Coraline could not name. She had not wanted to go any farther inside than that. I'm an explorer, said Coraline out loud, but her words sounded muffled and dead on the misty air. She had made it out of that cellar, hadn't she? And she had. But if there's one thing Coraline was certain of, it was that his flat would be worse. She reached the top of the house. The topmost flat had once been the attic of the house, but that was long ago. She knocked on the green painted door. It swung open, and she walked in. We have eyes. We have nerves. We have tails. We have teeth. You'll all get what you deserve, sees, when we rise from underneath. Whispered a dozen or more tiny voices in that dark flat with the roof so low where it meets the walls that Coraline could almost reach up and touch it. Red eyes stared at her. Little pink feet scurried away as she came close. Darker shadows slipped through the shadows at the edges of things. It smelled much worse in here than in the real crazy old man's upstairs flat. That smelled of food, unpleasant food to Coraline's mind, but she knew it was a matter of taste. She did not like spices, herbs, or exotic things. This place smelled as if all the exotic foods in the world had been left out to go rotten. I just want to say that also goes back. Yeah, I was about to say that goes back to when I was reading last time, and I was like, Coraline is literally like 11 years old. Like, she doesn't have a complicated palate. And I think it's very funny. Like, again, these are just differences. They're not bad. They're just differences between the movie and the book. In the movie, it's described that like Coraline's father can't cook. Like, he's bad at it. But it's like, in the book, Coraline's father can cook. She just doesn't like to eat food that tastes good. She can only have chicken nuggets because she's literally like 10, like 11. She's like, I eat chicken nuggets, I eat microwave pizza, I don't eat wine encrusted chicken, that's nasty. I don't like spices, I don't like salt, I don't like pepper. I eat bland mac and cheese, and that is what I eat. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's very funny. And I like that interpretation way more, and I wish they had went with it in the movie because that's way funnier. And I think I'm not really that much of a picky eater, but like, so I'm not like shaming people that are picky eaters, because I've been one in one time in my life. I'm not anymore, but I've been one. But it's like, if you've ever been around a child that is a picky eater, you know that like they literally cannot eat anything. Like, they quite literally can't eat shit. If it has even pepper in it, like some kids like won't even touch it. No spices, no cheese, nothing. If it's cheese, American cheese, it's like cheddar, that's it. I think that interpretation is a very funny characterization of Coraline. Alright, let's get back to the horrors. rustling voice in a far room. Yes, said Coraline. I'm not frightened, she told herself. And as though she thought she knew that it was true. My throat is like fucking me up right now. Isn't that movie a be used? Be a team of dying from a flake of salt? I think there would be a funny way to go about it. And by the way, there's like nothing wrong with children being like picky eaters too. Like, children like are brand new to the world. They don't know anything. So it's like, yeah, they're gonna be. It's not because I'm thirsty. It's just because my throat is just fucking up. Because I'm wheezing. Because of my asthma. Like, they're new to the world. That's why, like, children should be allowed to eat bland mac and cheese, but you should, like, sprinkle in, you know, some seasoning here and there on their other foods. You can have one meal that's bland, but you gotta try other stuff. Like, they're brand new to it, so it's like, yeah, spices are scary. I get it. I mean, frankly, I never grew out of the fact that I think broccoli is disgusting. Like, I never grew out of that. Broccoli is gross. I've had broccoli a bajillion different ways. It's nasty. The only way I can eat broccoli, and the only way Satan got me to eat broccoli when I was a child, was when it was smothered with cheese, and that's still the only way I want to eat it. Thank you. If you smother anything with cheese, I'll gobble it right up. So it's like, hey, I understand children, I really do. But again, it's like, in the movie, it's kind of justified why Coraline doesn't want to eat dinner, because the dinner looks fucking gross. It would be funny if they did like a flash and they were like, actually the food, that's just what Coraline is seeing, right? She sees like a sloppy mess, but actually it looks really good. They like a freeze out or something, or like see it from the parents' perspective. Because it's like, okay, in some aspects, like I feel like in the movie, we're just back to talking about it, but I feel like in the movie, Coraline comes off like a little bit more sympathetic, not sympathetic, but like less of an annoying child and more correct, right? Because, yeah, her parents are kind of ignoring her. They have a reason to be ignoring her. They're working, but her parents are ignoring her. She does feel neglected. The food sucks. Like, she doesn't like anybody that's here. Like, it's like, everything kind of sucks. It's like everything kind of sucks. She's away from her friends, too, because, like, I haven't watched the movie in a while, but, like, in the movie, they had just moved into that house. So, like, they're also new. So it's like Coraline's left all of her friends, so she feels even more isolated, right? Thank you for the thirsty redeem. But I think like in reality, and I know why that's done. Again, they're two separate things. It's like to make it like more susceptible, right? For like Coraline to fall to the allure of the other mother. But is it not enough for a child to just be naturally inquisitive, right? I think that's what I like about the book. It's like, it is enough for a child to just be kind of inquisitive and curious and not know any better. Like, and not listen to what their parents are telling them, right? And like, it's kind of just enough that the child is kind of dumb. And I mean that like parentheses positive, like children are susceptible just to curiosity. That's the whole point of like being a child. It's like, you want to know. If your parent tells you you can't do something, you kind of want to be like, but why? But why can't I? And that's kind of terrifying in itself, that it's like children will just kind of do whatever they want. Like, I think that's another layer of the horror, personally. It's like you can tell kids anything and they kind of still will do their own thing, which is kind of terrifying. So I kind of like dislike that. I kind of dislike that because, like, in the book, Coraline just kind of does it anyway. You know, just her mom is like, okay, the door is closed, there's nothing there, and Coraline doesn't really need bad things to be happening in her life. Like, yeah, she doesn't really want to eat the food, but also in the book, Coraline makes microwave pizza, right? So it's not like she didn't eat, she ate. It's like her life is kind of fine. She's starting a new school because she's starting a new school. Like, she seems happy, like she's like perfectly content. It's just that she's curious and she wants more. She wants more than what she has already. Like, I kind of like that. I like that interpretation. Where it's like sometimes you can have enough and you can kind of still want more. And maybe you don't need more. Maybe you just don't need more, you know? Which is still like kind of how the movie takes it, but I think it's done in a way where it's like, again, it's pushing Coraline. Where it's like, yeah, everything sucks, Coraline. Come over here. Everything in your actual world sucks. You don't have any friends, Coraline. Which is why, too, I think they added YB, because they were like, Coraline's alone the majority of the book. Let's give her a friend. And it's like, that was kind of the horror of the book, too. It's like, I'm not done with the book. Obviously, I'm still reading. I took a pause to rant, but it's like, that was also the horror of the book. It's that she was alone. Like, she had nobody. Like, the cat's not even with her half the book. I don't know if you noticed that, but like, the cat is like not here. The cat fucked off and left her. Like, she literally has nobody. Like, all she has is her memories. Like, she doesn't have like a fake YB to hang out with. Like, being alone is just terrifying in itself. Having to do scary things by yourself is terrifying. Especially for a child, because this is a children's book, but a young adult novel, if you will. But that's just me. That's just me ranting and raving. Yeah, I would agree, Mac. Because that's also like what a kid would do. Like, again, I just feel like again, they're two different things, but if I did have criticisms of it as an adaptation, I wish she was younger in the movie, because like, yeah, Coraline is just so sure of herself as a person. And I like that, like, you know, book Coraline is like a literal child where she's like not sure of anything that she's doing. She's not even sure if she's doing anything right most of the time, just that she has to do it. I like that, because that's like very much a more realistic response. It's not very like epic movie, but it's just like she feels like a kid, and I like that. Okay, enough ranting and raving, Bob. Back to the book. Back to the book. I'm gonna reread the last paragraph because I was ranting a lot. It smelled much worse in here than in the real crazy old man's upstairs flat. That smelled of food, unpleasant food to Coraline's mind. But she knew it was a matter of taste. She did not like spices, herbs, or exotic things. This place smelled as if all the exotic foods in the world had been left out to go rotten. Little girl, said a rustling voice in a far room. Yes, said Coraline. I am not frightened. herself. And as she thought it, she knew that it was true. There was nothing here that frightened her. These things, even the thing in the cellar, were illusions, things made by the other mother in a ghastly parody of the real people and the real things on the other end of the corridor. She could not truly make anything, decided Coraline. She could only twist and copy and distort things that already existed. Like, it's a moment like that where I'm like, I like that Coraline figures that out by herself. Like, that somebody doesn't tell her that. That's just me, though. It's like, oh, Coraline is out here thinking. She's smart. She's a smart cookie. And then Coraline sorry, that was me. I was burping. Try to be quiet. Okay. And then Coraline found herself wondering why the other mother would have placed a snow globe on the drawing room mantelpiece. For the mantelpiece, in Coraline's world, was quite bare. As soon as she asked herself the question, she realized that there was actually an answer. And then the voice came again, and her train of thought was interrupted. Come here, little girl. I know what you want, little girl. It was a rustling voice, scratchy and dry. It made Coraline think of some kind of enormous dead insect, which was silly. She knew. How could a dead thing, especially a dead insect, have a voice? She walked through several rooms with low, slanting ceiling until she came to the final room. It was a bedroom, and the other crazy old man upstairs sat at the far end of the room, in the near darkness, bundled up in his coat and hat. As Coraline entered, he began to talk. Nothing's changed, little girl, he said, his voice sounding like the noise dry leaves make as they rustle across the pavement. And what would you do? I gotta start over that. Gotta start that one over. Whoa. Like reading that, I gotta start that one over. And what if you do everything you swore you would? What then? Nothing's changed. You'll go home. You'll be bored. You'll be ignored. No one will listen to you. Not really listen to you. You're too clever and too quiet for them to understand. Stay here with us, said the voice from the figure at the end of the road. We will listen to you and play with you and laugh with you. Your other mother will build whole worlds for you to explore and tear them down every night when you are done. Every day will be better and brighter than the one that went before. Remember the toy box. How much better would a world be built just like that, and all for you? And will there be gray, wet days where I just don't know what to do, and there's nothing to read or to watch and nowhere to go, and the day drags on forever? Asked Coraline. From the shadows, the man said, never. And will there be awful meals with food made from recipes with garlic and tarragon and broad beans in? Asked Coraline. Every meal will be a thing of joy, whispered the voice from under the old man's hat. Nothing will pass your lips that does not entirely delight you. And could I have day-glow green gloves to wear and yellow Wellington boots in the shape of frogs? Asked Coraline. Frogs, ducks, rhinos, octopuses, whatever you desire. The world will be built anew for you every morning. If you stay here, you can have whatever you want. Coraline sighed. You don't really understand, do you? She said. I don't want whatever I want. Nobody does. Not really. What kind of fun would it be if I just got everything I ever wanted? Just like that. And it didn't mean anything. What then? I don't understand, said the whispery voice. Of course you don't understand, she said, raising the stone with a hole in it to her eye. You're just a bad copy she made of the crazy old man upstairs. Not even that anymore, said the dead, whispery voice. There was a glow coming from the raincoat of the man at about chest height. Through the hole in the stone, the glow twinkled and shone blue-white as any star. She wished she had a stick or something to poke him with. She had no wish to get any closer to the shadowy man at the end of the room. Coraline took a step closer to the man and he fell apart. Black rats leapt from the sleeves and from under the coat and hat, and a score or more of them, red eyes shining in the dark. They chittered and they fled, the coat fluttered and fell heavily to the floor. The hat rolled into one corner of the room. Coraline reached out one hand and pulled the coat. Open. It was empty, although it was greasy to the touch. There was no sign of the final glass marble in it. She scanned the room, squinting through the hole in the stone, and caught sight of something that twinkled and burned like a star at floor level by the doorway. It was being carried in the forepaws of the largest black rat. As she looked, it slipped away. The other rats watched her from the corners of the room as she ran after it. Now, rats can run faster than people, especially over short distances. But a large black rat holding a marble in its two front paws is no match for a determined girl, even if she is small for her age. Moving at a run, smaller black rats ran back and forth across her path, trying to distract her, but she ignored them all, keeping her eyes fixed on the one with the marble, who was heading straight out of the flat toward the front door. They reached the steps on the outside of the building. Coraline had time to observe that the house itself was continuing to change, becoming less distinct and flattening out. Even as she raced down the stairs, it reminded her of a photograph of a house now, not the thing itself. Then she was simply racing pell-mell down the steps in pursuit of the rat, with no room in her mind for anything else, certain she was gaining on it. She was running fast, too fast, she discovered, as she came to the bottom of one flight of stairs. Her foot skidded and twisted, and she went crashing onto the concrete landing. Her left knee was scraped and skinned, and the palm of one hand she had thrown out to stop herself was a mess of scraped skin and grit. It hurt a little, and it would, she knew, soon hurt much more. She picked the grit out of her palm and climbed to her feet, and as fast as she could, knowing that she had lost, and it was already too late, she went down to the final landing at the ground level. She looked around for the rat, but it was gone, and the marble with it. Her hand stung where the skin had been scraped, and there was blood trickling down her ripped pajama leg from her knee. It was as bad as the summer that her mother had taken the training wheels off Coraline's bicycle. But then, back then, in with all the cuts and scrapes, her knees had with scabs. She had had a feeling of achievement. She was learning something, doing something she had not known how to do. Now, she felt nothing but cold loss. She had failed the ghost children. She had failed her parents. She had failed herself. Failed everything. She closed her eyes and wished that the earth would swallow her up. There was a cough. She opened her eyes and saw the rat. It was lying on the brick path at the bottom of the stairs with a surprised look on its face, which was now several inches away from the rest of it. Its whiskers were stiff. Its eyes were wide open. Its teeth visible and yellow and sharp. A collar of wet blood glistened at its neck. Beside the decapitated rat, a smug expression on its face, was the black cat. It rested one paw on the gray glass marble. "I think I once mentioned," said the cat, "that I don't like rats at the best of times. It looked like you needed this one, however. I hope you don't mind my getting involved." "I think," said Coraline, trying to catch her breath, "I think you may have said something of the sort." The cat lifted its paw from the marble, which rolled toward Coraline. She picked it up. In her mind, a final voice whispered to her urgently, "She has lied to you. She will never give you up. Now she has you. She will no more give any of us up than change her nature." The hairs on the back of Coraline's neck prickled, and Coraline knew that the girl's voice told the truth. She put the marble in her dressing gown pocket with the others. She had all 3 marbles now. All she needed to do was find her parents. And Coraline realized with surprise that bit was easy. She knew exactly where her parents were. If she stopped to think, she might not have known where they were. She might have known where they were all along. The other mother could not create. She could only transform and twist and change. The mantelpiece in the drawing room back home was quite empty, but knowing that, she knew something else as well. The other mother us go, said Coraline. I wouldn't put it past her, admitted the cat. Like I said, there's no guarantee she'll play fair. And then he raised his head. Hello. Did you see that? What? Look behind you, said the cat. The house had flattened out even more. It no longer looked like a photograph, more like a drawing, a crude, charcoal scribble of a house drawn on gray paper. Whatever's happening, said Coraline, thank you for helping with the rat. I suppose I'm almost there, aren't I? So, you go off into the mist or wherever you go, and well, I hope to see you at home, if she lets me go home. The cat's fur was on end, and its tail was bristling like a chimney sweep's brush. What's wrong? Asked Coraline. They've gone, said the cat. They aren't there anymore. The ways in and out of this place, they just went flat. Is that bad? The cat lowered its tail, swishing it from side to side angrily. It made a low, growling noise in the back of its throat. It walked in a circle until it was facing away from Coraline, and then it began to walk backwards, stiffly, one step at a time, until it was pushing up against Coraline's leg. She put down a hand to stroke it, and could feel how hard its heart was beating. It was trembling like a leaf in a storm. You'll be fine, said Coraline. Everything's going to be fine. I'll take you home. The cat said nothing. Come on, cat, said Coraline. She took a step back toward the steps, but the cat stayed where it was, looking miserable and oddly much smaller. If the only way out is past her, said Coraline, then that's the way we're going to go. She went back to the cat, bent down, and picked it up. The cat did not resist. It simply trembled. She supported its bottom with one hand and rested its front legs on her shoulder. The cat was heavy, but not too heavy to carry. It licked at the palm of her hand, where the blood from the scrape was welling up. Coraline walked up the stairs one step at a time, heading back to her own flat. She was aware of the marbles clicking in her pocket, aware of the stone with a hole in it, aware of the cat pressing itself against her. She got to her front door, now just a small child's scrawl of a front door, and she pushed her hand against it, half expecting that her hand would rip through it, revealing nothing behind it but blackness and a scattering of stars. But the door swung open, and Coraline went through. I also really like that lyric. I also really like that line. And what I like about it is that it's kind of like a reveal that like Coraline had like known that all along, right? Like even when she had started going through the door, right? It's like, yeah, that's why Coraline was like kind of weary of all of this to begin with. Because she's like, yeah, you don't really understand the vibes. Like, you don't really understand, like, when I say I'm bored, you know, I'm okay with that. Like, I just kind of want to be annoying. That's not what she said. But it's like, yeah. Like, kids don't actually want what they want. They want it in a different way. I wouldn't say kids, people in general. Because if you always had, in my opinion, if you always had good things happen, you could honestly never appreciate the fact that in that moment, like, you're not experiencing those things anymore. Like, again, for me, I've experienced like poverty in my life, and I'm not gonna say like, oh, I'd do it again, but I am grateful to experience that I have experienced intense poverty, because I am more conscientious of when I am not experiencing that, right? Like, I'm grateful every single time I'm able to eat something when I want, or I'm able to like buy something or have a little extra money, and I'm able to do X, Y, and Z. I make sure every single dollar counts, because I remember what it's like to not have that. And I like that little line. I like it. I do. I like it. I like the Coraline's like, yeah, I don't really care that I can have everything that I want. You know, doesn't really matter. I Skyrim. Because she's like, what's fun in that? What's fun in like having everything that you could ever want up front? Like, there's nothing fun about it. I'm gonna start with the Reddit mod check because I really need that. I really need that one to start. I was crouched a little badly before. Back again with this fuck ass water. Thank you for the hydrate. I am fully hydrated now, thanks much. And for the pull on it, honestly, there's, oh, never mind. Middle finger, ring finger, pinky, thumb, pointer finger. Yeah, I was like, I thought there was nothing gonna be in my fingers. I had to check that, okay. Got shocked for a second. Yeah, it's exactly what it calls back to when Coraline was like, oh, 1 second. Okay, it's like when Coraline, I had to burp, but it was like when Coraline was like, it's okay that I got hurt when I was learning how to ride a bicycle, because at the end of all of that pain, I felt a sense of accomplishment, right? I felt I learned something, I was trying something, I got something out of that. I got something out of that experience, even though it kind of sucked to have to go through. And I also think that's another good lesson for kids. It's like, yeah, sometimes you have to go through something shitty in order for you to get this other thing that you really want, and that's okay. And that's okay, and it's actually a positive thing that you should expect, you know, out of life, where it's like, yeah, a lot of times in life, you're gonna experience, you know, you're gonna experience things that are kind of shitty, but that's okay because like good things come after that. I like that. I like that lesson. I do. It has a lot of like good little tiny lessons. I've been saying that, but it has a lot of like Coraline has a lot of good like mini lessons. So good little mini lessons in there. Like to make the kids think. Alright, let's see what's going on in this next chapter. Let's see what's going on in this next chapter. Chapter 11, page 125. Once inside her flat, or rather, in the flat that was not hers, Coraline was pleased to see that it had not transformed into one of the empty drawings that the rest of the house seemed to have become. Yeah, I struggle with that phrase because, like, I agree with it to an extent. You know? I'm like, there are some things you don't have to experience necessarily to be empathetic, but I also believe that, like, some people actually do need to experience things to understand them, and I don't mean that as in, like, a negative way. I just mean that, like, for some people, it literally does not click for them until they experience it themselves. Like, personally for me, I do not have to be, I mean, I've been broke in my life, just as an example. I'm broke now, but like, let me not say that, but I don't have to, like, be broke for me to have empathy for people that are also broke, right? But, like, some people actually do not have that. Like, some people don't have that at all, where it's like, actually, I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad at all. I don't even feel that. Like, people that have never worked a service job that, like, are mean to waiters and stuff like that, because they've never had to have a job like that. Like, some people just, like, do not feel that. And people like that, yeah, actually do need to experience all of the bad things in order for them to have, like, a modicum of empathy. But it's like, I think in a general sense, yeah, you should experience some hardship, some level of hardship. I actually do think that experiencing, like, that's just a personal thing. There's, like, no facts to that I really have. I just think of that in, like, a general sense, that, like, I do think that, like, you experiencing some level of hardship, whatever that hardship might be, does make you a more well-rounded individual, because you've just experienced more. I think that just does make you a more well-rounded person in general, but that's just my opinion. Okay, let's just start over chapter 11, because I only read like a sentence anyway. Once inside her flat, or rather, inside the flat that was not hers, Coraline was pleased to see that it had not transformed into the empty drawing that the rest of the house seemed to have become. It had depth and shadows, and someone who stood in the shadows waiting for Coraline to return. "So you're back," said the other mother. She did not sound pleased. "And you brought vermin with you?" "No," said Coraline. "I brought a friend." showing it, said Coraline. She walked down the hallway, then turned into the drawing room, steady step by steady step, pretending that she could not feel the other mother's blank, black eyes on her back. Her grandmother's formal furniture was still there, and the painting on the wall of the strange fruit. But now the fruit in the painting had been eaten, and all that remained in the bowl was the browning core of an apple, several plum and peach stones, and the stem of what had formerly been a bunch of grapes. The lion-pawed table raked the carpet with its clawed wooden feet, as if it were impatient for something. At the end of the room, in the corner, stood the wooden door, which had once, in another place, opened onto a plain brick wall. Coraline tried not to stare at it. The window showed nothing but mist. This was it. Coraline knew. The moment of truth. The unraveling time. The other mother had followed her in. Now she stood in the center of the room, between Coraline and the mantelpiece, and looked down at Coraline with black button eyes. It was funny, Coraline thought. The other mother did not look anything at all like her own mother. She wondered how she had ever been deceived into imagining a resemblance. The other mother was huge. Her head almost brushed the ceiling, and very pale, the color of a spider's belly. Her hair writhed and twined about her head. Her teeth were sharp as knives. Well, said the other mother sharply, where are they? Coraline leaned against an armchair, adjusted the cat with her left hand, and put her right hand into her pocket, and pulled out 3 glass marbles. They were frosted gray, and they clinked together in the palm of her hand. The other mother reached her white fingers for them, but Coraline slipped them back into her pocket. She knew it was true then. The other mother had no intention of letting her go or of keeping her word. It had been an entertainment and nothing more. Hold on, she said. We aren't finished yet, are we? The other mother looked daggers, but she smiled sweetly. No, she said. I suppose not. After all, you still need to find your parents, don't you? Yes, said Coraline. I must not look at the mantelpiece, she thought. I must not even think about it. Well, said the other mother, produce them. Would you like to look in the cellar again? I have some other interesting things hidden down there, you know. No, said Coraline. I know where my parents are. The cat was heavy in her arms. She moved it forward, unhooking its claws from her shoulder as she did so. Where? It stands to reason, said Coraline. I've looked everywhere. You'd hide them. They aren't in the house. The other mother stood very still, giving nothing away, lips tightly closed. She might have been a wax statue. Even her hair had stopped moving. So, Coraline continued, both hands wrapped firmly around the black cat. I know where they have to be. You've hidden them in the passageway between the houses, haven't you? They are behind that door. She nodded her head toward the door in the corner. The other mother remained statue still, but a hint of a smile crept back onto her face. Oh, they are they? Why don't you open it? Said Coraline. They'll be there all right. It was her only way home. She knew. But it all depended on the other mother's needing to gloat, needing not only to win, but to show that she had won. The other mother reached her hand slowly into her apron pocket and produced the black iron key. The cat stirred uncomfortably in Coraline's arms, as if it wanted to get down. Just stay there for a few moments longer, she thought, wondering if it could hear her. I'll get us both home, I said I would. I promise. She felt the cat relax ever so slightly in her arms. The other mother walked over to the door and pushed the key into the lock. She turned the key. Coraline heard the mechanism clunk heavily. She was already starting, as quietly as she could, step by step, to back away toward the mantelpiece. The other mother pushed down on the door handle and pulled open the door, revealing a corridor behind it, dark and empty. There, she said, waving her hands at the corridor. The expression of delight on her face was a very bad thing to see. mother's head, claws flailing, teeth bared, fierce and angry, fur on end. It looked half again as big as it was in real life. Without waiting to see what would happen, Coraline reached up to the mantelpiece and closed her hand around the snow globe, pushing it deep into the pocket of her dressing gown. The cat made a deep, ululating howl and sank its teeth into the other mother's cheek. She was flailing at it. Blood ran from cuts on her white face. Not red blood, but a deep, tarry, black stuff. Coraline ran for the door. She pulled the key out of the lock. "Leave her, come on," she shouted to the cat. It hissed and swiped its scalpel-sharp claws at the other mother's face in one wild rake, which left black ooze trickling from several gashes on the other mother's nose. And then it sprang down toward Coraline. "Quickly," she said. And the cat ran toward her, and they both stepped into the dark corridor. It was colder in the corridor, like stepping down into a cellar on a warm day. The cat hesitated for a moment. Then, seeing the other mother was coming toward them, it ran to Coraline and stopped by her legs. Coraline began to pull the door closed. It was heavier than she imagined a door could be, and pulling it closed was like trying to close a door against a high wind. And then she felt something from the other side starting to pull against her. "Shut," she thought. Then she said out loud, "Come on, please." And she felt the door begin to move, to pull closed, and to give against the phantom wind. Suddenly, she was aware of other people in the corridor with her. She could not turn her head to look at them, but she knew them without even having to look. "Help me, please," she said. "All of you." The other people in the corridor, 3 children, 2 adults, were somehow too insubstantial to touch the door. But their hands closed about hers as she pulled on the big iron door handle, and suddenly she felt strong. "Never let up, miss. Hold strong," whispered a voice in her mind. "Pull, girl, pull," whispered another. And then a voice that sounded like her mother's, her own mother's, her real, wonderful, maddening, infuriating, glorious mother, just said, "Well done, Coraline." And that was enough. The door started to slip closed, easily as anything. "No!" screamed a voice from beyond the door, and it no longer sounded even faintly human. Something snatched at Coraline, reaching through the closing gap between the door and the doorpost. Coraline jerked her head out of the way said Coraline. We are. Help me. She tucked the snatching fingers. They moved through her then. Ghost hands lent her strength she no longer possessed. There was a final moment of resistance, as if something were caught in the door, and then, with a crash, the wooden door banged closed. Something dropped from Coraline's head, height to the floor. It landed with a sort of a scuttling thump. Thank you for the thirsty DM. A baby one. Come on, said the cat. This is not a good place to be in. Quickly. Coraline turned her back on the door and began to run as fast as was practical through the dark corridor, running her hand along the wall to make sure she didn't bump into anything or get turned around in the darkness. Yeah, thank you. I get that often. It was an uphill run, and it seemed to her that it went on for a longer distance than anything could possibly go. The wall she was touching felt warm and yielding now, and she realized it felt as if it were covered in a fine, downy fur. It moved as if it were taking a breath. She snatched her hand away from it. Winds howled in the dark. She was scared she would bump into something, and she put out her hand for the wall once more. This time, what she touched felt hot and wet, as if she had put her hand in somebody's mouth, and she pulled it back with a small wail. Her eyes adjusted to the dark. She could half see, as faintly glowing patches ahead of her, 2 adults, 3 children. She could hear the cat too, patting in the dark in front of her. And there was something else, which suddenly scuttled between her feet, nearly sending Coraline flying. She caught herself before she went down, using her own momentum to keep moving. She knew that if she fell in that corridor, she might never get up again. Whatever that corridor was older by far than the other mother. It was deep and slow, and it knew that she was there. And then daylight appeared, and she ran toward it, puffing and wheezing. Almost there, she called encouragingly. But in the light, she discovered that the wraiths had gone, and she was alone. She did not have time to wonder what had happened and slammed it behind her with the most loudest, satisfying bang you can imagine. Coraline locked the door with a key and put the key back into her pocket. The black cat was huddled in the farthest corner of the room, the pink tip of its tongue showing, its eyes wide. Coraline went over to it and crouched down beside it. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm sorry I threw you at her, but it was the only way to distract her enough to get us all out. She would never have kept her word, would she?" The cat looked up at her, and then rested its head on her hand, licking her fingers with its sandpapery tongue. It began to purr. "Then we're friends," said Coraline. She sat down on one of her grandmother's uncomfortable armchairs, and the cat sprang up into her lap. And made itself comfortable. The light that came through the picture window was daylight, real, golden, late afternoon daylight, not a white mist light. The sky was a robin's egg blue, and Coraline could see trees, and beyond the trees hid green hills, which faded on the horizon into purples and grays. The sky had never seemed so sky. The world had never seemed so world. Coraline stared at the leaves on the trees and at the patterns of light and shadow on the cracked bark of the trunk of the beech tree outside the window. Then she looked down at her lap, at the way the rich sunlight brushed every hair on the cat's head, turning each white whisker to gold. Nothing, she thought, had ever been so interesting. Coraline. Let me start that one over. And caught up in the interestingness of the world, Coraline barely noticed that she had wriggled down and curled cat-like on her grandmother's uncomfortable armchair, nor did she notice when she fell asleep. Chapter 12. Wow, thank you for reading me. I'm just a little guy because I am in fact just a little guy. And sometimes people talk about it. Yeah, chapter 12. We're not done. But I do like this chapter too because I like every chapter, but I like this chapter because like I love the visual representation that they do in the movies with like the spider web, because I think a lot of the spider imagery is like goes a little like unnoticed, I guess, or a little underutilized in the movie. But I also just like the fact that in the book, Coraline throws the cat, she grabs it, and then she's out of there. Like there's no extra, there's nothing. She's like out of there. She's like in and out. She's like, I'm not wasting a fucking second. is put on. I like the more the focus is put on the corridor rather than the other mother, because, well, we're gonna get to that, but I think that's the last time that the corridor is mentioned. I think it is. I'll finish reading and then we'll come back to that. But I think that's the last time the corridor is ever mentioned, and I just love I love unknown horror. I think that's like my favorite type of horror, where there's like no answers for why something is the way that it is, because sometimes that just is life, where it's like there are no answers and this thing just exists. Which is why like the back rooms is really scary, right? Because it's like, until people started making up reasons for why things can't things can't exist. Things can't exist. But it's like, that's why the back rooms, for example, is so terrifying, because it's just terrifying that something like that could exist with no explanation, right? The unknown is the most terrifying thing, in my opinion, in horror. Like, something without an explanation, killers that kill just because they can, beings that exist, that just exist, right? And the corridor is one of those things. I think Neil Gaiman's a piece of shit, by the way, but he does like unexplained horror really well, in my opinion. Like, he loves that, and I think he does it really well, where it's like, yeah, this corridor exists, and it existed before the other mother, which is like, he gives you just enough for you to have like more questions, where it's like, okay, like, this thing, this like being, right? Like, the corridor is not even just like a space, it's a being. Like, they are inside of something terrifying, disgusting, horrific, and it's older than the other mother, and it knows that Coraline is inside of it, and it will not let her go if she slips up for even a second. Like, that's horrific. Like, yeah, Coraline, if you don't get the fuck out of here, like, I'ma snatch you up next. It's me next you have to worry about. And you don't know what the fuck I am. I just licked you. Like, terrifying. Horrific. And again, it's like, that sort of stuff that doesn't exist in the movies. And I'm not sure how you would even, like, right, describe it in the movie. I think they did a really good job of just making it its own thing. And I've said that like again and again. But like, I don't even know how you would even like show that in the movie in the way that it is as terrifying as it would be for a child to read that in the books, because like, whatever you're thinking in your head is way more terrifying than what you would probably see on the screen anyway. So I think that's why they just kind of did their own thing with the movie. But I love the description of the corridor. I love the corridor. I do. I love the corridor. Like, this like disorienting experience that Coraline is having, where she's like hearing things, she's feeling soft things, she's feeling something wet. She's like, something licked me, it's responding to me. Like, she can feel it around her. Terrifying. Love it, love it, love it. Alright. Let's get to the next chapter. Chapter 11. No, chapter 12. Her mother shook her gently awake. Coraline, she said, darling, what a funny place to fall asleep. And really, this room is only for the best. We looked all over the house for you. Coraline stretched and blinked. I'm sorry, she said. I fell asleep. I can see that, said her other mother. Oh, said her mother. So used to other mother. Her mother. And wherever did the cat come from? He was waiting by the front came in shot out like a bullet as I opened it. Probably had things to do, said Coraline. And then she hugged her mother so tightly that her arms began to ache. Her mother hugged Coraline back. Dinner in 15 minutes, said her mother. Don't forget to wash your hands. And just look at those pajama bottoms. What did you do to your poor knee? I tripped, said Coraline. She went into the bathroom and she washed her hands and cleaned her bloody knee. She put ointment on her cuts and scrapes. She went into her bedroom, her real bedroom, her true bedroom. She pushed her hands into the pockets of her dressing gown and pulled out 3 marbles, a stone with a hole in it, the black key, and an empty snow globe. She shook the snow globe and watched the glittery snow swirl through the water to fill the empty world. She put it down and watched the snow fall, covering the place where the little couple had once stood. Coraline took a piece of string from her toy box, and she strung the black key on the string. Then she knotted the string and hung it around her neck. There, she said. She put on some clothes and hid the key under her t-shirt. It was cold against her skin. The stone went into her pocket. Coraline walked down the hallway to her father's study. He had his back to her, but she knew just on seeing him that his eyes, when he turned around, would be her father's kind gray eyes. And she crept over and kissed him on the back of his balding head. "Hello, Coraline," he said, and then he looked around and smiled at her. "What was that for?" "Nothing," said Coraline. "I just miss you sometimes. That's all." "Oh, good," he said. He put the computer to sleep and stood up. And then, for no reason at all, he picked Coraline up, which he had not done in such a long time, not since he had started to point out to her that she was much too old to be carried, and carried her into the kitchen. Dinner that night was pizza, and even though it was homemade by her father, so the crust was alternatively thick and doughy and raw, or too thin and burnt. And even though he had put slices of green pepper on it, along with little meatballs and of all things, pineapple chunks, Coraline ate the entire slice he had been given. Well, she ate everything except for the pineapple chunks. And soon enough, it was bedtime. Coraline kept the key around her neck, but she put the gray marbles underneath her pillow. And in bed that night, Coraline had a dream. She was at a picnic under an old oak tree in a green meadow. The sun was high in the sky, and while there were distant, fluffy white clouds on the horizon, the sky above her head was a troubled blue. There was a white linen cloth laid on the grass, with bowls piled high with food. She could see salads and sandwiches, nuts and fruit, jugs of lemonade and water and thick chocolate milk. Coraline sat on one side of the tablecloth, while 3 other children took a side each. They were dressed in the oddest clothes. The smallest of them, sitting on Coraline's left, was a boy with red velvet knee breeches and a frilly white shirt. His face was dirty, and he was piling his plate high with boiled new potatoes and with what looked like cold, whole-cooked trout. "This is the finest of picnics, lady," he said to her. "Yes," said Coraline. "I think it is. I wonder who organized it." "Why, I rather think you did, miss," said a tall girl sitting opposite Coraline. She wore a brown, rather shapeless dress and had a brown bonnet on her head, which tied beneath her chin. "And we are more grateful for it, and for all than ever words can say." She was eating slices of bread and jam, deftly cutting the bread from a large golden brown loaf with a huge knife, and then spooning on the purple jam with a wooden spoon. She had jam all around her mouth. "Aye, this is the finest food I have eaten in centuries," said the girl on Coraline's right. She was a very pale child, dressed in what seemed to be spider's webs, with a circle of glittering silver set in her blonde hair. Coraline could have sworn that the girl had 2 wings, like dusty silver butterfly wings, not bird wings, coming out of her back. The girl's plate was piled high with pretty flowers. She smiled at Coraline as if it had been a very long time since she had smiled, and she had almost, but not quite, forgotten how. Coraline found herself liking this girl immensely. And then, in the way of dreams, the picnic was done, and they were playing in the meadow, running and shouting and tossing a glittering ball from one to another. Coraline knew it was a dream then, because none of them ever got tired or winded or out of breath. She wasn't even sweating. They just laughed and ran in a game that was partly tag, partly piggy in the middle, and partly just a magnificent romp. 3 of them ran along the ground, while the pale girl fluttered over their heads, swooping down on butterfly wings to grab the ball and swing up again into the sky before she tossed the ball to one of the other children. And then, without a word about it being spoken, the game was done, and the 4 of them went back to the picnic cloth, where the lunch dishes had been cleared away, and there were 4 bowls is mine. The pleasure is ours, Coraline Jones, said the winged girl, nibbling another honeysuckle blossom. If there were but something we could do for you, to thank you and reward you. Said the boy with the velvet breeches and the dirty face. He put his hand out and held Coraline's hand with his own. It was warm now. It's a very fine thing you did for us, miss, said the tall girl. She now had a smear of chocolate ice cream all around her lips. I'm just pleased it's all over, said Coraline. Was it her imagination, or did a shadow cross the faces of the other children at the picnic? The wing girl, the circlet in her hair glittering like a star. She rested her fingers for a moment on the back of Coraline's hand. It is over and done with for us, she said. This is our staging post. From here, we three will set out for uncharted lands, and what comes after no one alive can say. She stopped talking. There's a but, isn't there? Said Coraline. I can feel it, like a rain cloud. The boy on her left tried to smile bravely, but his lower lip began to tremble, and he bit it with his upper teeth and said nothing. The girl in the brown bonnet shifted uncomfortably and said, Yes, miss. But I got you three back, said Coraline. I got Mom and Dad back. I shut the door. I locked it. What more was I meant to do? The boy squeezed Coraline's hand with his. She found herself remembering when it had been she who was trying to reassure him when he was nothing more than a cold memory in the darkness. Well, can't you give me a clue? Asked Coraline. Isn't there something you can tell me? The bedlam, the beldam, whoa. The beldam swore by her good right hand, said the tall girl, but she lied. My governess, said the boy, used to say that nobody is ever given more to shoulder than he or she can bear. He shrugged as he said this, as if he had not yet made up his own mind on whether or not it was true. We wish you luck, said the winged girl. Good fortune and wisdom and courage. Although you have already shown that you have all three of these blessings in abundance. Thank you for the thirsty, the blonde, and the red of my check. I'm just gonna crack my fingers really quickly. That's my fingers. That's my back, and that's hydrate. Because I'm not thirsty like at all. I'm like hungry, so yeah. Move this along. blessings and in abundance. She hates you, blurted out the boy. She hasn't lost anything for so long. Be wise, be brave, be tricky. But that's not fair, said Coraline in her dream angrily. It's just not fair. It should be over. The boy with the dirty face stood up and hugged Coraline tightly. Take comfort in this, he whispered. Thou art alive. Thou livest. And in her dream, Coraline saw that the sun had set and the stars were twinkling in the darkening sky. Coraline stood in the meadow and she watched as the three children, two of them walking, one flying, went away from her across the grass, silver in the light of the huge moon. The three of them came to a small wooden bridge over a stream. They stopped there and turned and waved, and Coraline waved back, and what came after was darkness. Coraline woke in the early hours of the morning, convinced she heard something moving, but was unsure of what it was. "Hi, Miss Rogue, hi-oh." She waited. Something made a rustling noise outside her bedroom door. She wondered if it was a rat. The door rattled. Coraline clambered out of bed. "Go away," said Coraline sharply. "Go away or you'll be sorry." There was a pause. Then whatever it was scuttled away down the hall. There was something odd and irregular about its footsteps, if they were footsteps. Coraline found herself wondering if it was perhaps a rat with an extra leg. "It isn't over, is it?" she said to herself. Then she opened the bedroom door. The gray pre-dawn light showed her the whole of the corridor, completely deserted. She went toward the front door, sparing a hasty glance back at the wardrobe door mirror hanging on the wall at the other end of the hallway, seeing nothing but her own pale face staring back at her, looking sleepy and serious. Gentle, reassuring snores came from her parents' room, but the door was still closed. All the doors of the corridor were closed. Whatever the scuttling thing was, it had to be here, somewhere. Coraline opened the front door and looked at the gray sky. She wondered how long it would be until the sun came up. Wondered whether her dream had been a true thing, while knowing in her heart that it had been. Something she had taken to be part of the shadows. Under the hall couch detached itself from beneath the couch and made a mad, scrabbling rush on its long, white legs Coraline's mouth dropped open in horror, and she stepped out of the way as the thing clicked and scuttled past her and out of the house, running crab-like on its too many tapping, clicking, scurrying feet. She knew what it was, and she knew what it was after. She'd seen it too many times in the last few days, reaching and clutching and snatching and popping black beetles obediently into the other mother's mouth. 5-footed, crimson nails, the color of bone. It was the other mother's right hand. It wanted the black key. Chapter 13. Coraline's parents never seemed to remember anything about their time in the snow globe. At least, they never said anything about it. And Coraline never mentioned it to them. Sometimes, she wondered whether they have ever noticed that they had lost 2 days in the real world, and eventually came to the conclusion that they had not. And then again, there are some people who keep track of every day and every hour, and there are people who don't. And Coraline's parents were solidly in the second camp. Wow. Not me getting a notification saying you've just streamed for 2,000 hours. Wow. Yay. Question mark. They're like, did you know you've just streamed for 2K hours? Yes, thanks, I guess. It's too many hours. Okay. Coraline had placed the marbles beneath her pillow before she went to sleep, that first night home in her own room once more. She went back to bed after she saw the other mother's hand, although there was not much time left for sleeping, and she rested her head back on that pillow. Something scrunched gently as she did. She sat up and lifted the pillow. The fragments of the glass marbles that she saw looked like the remains of eggshells one finds beneath trees in springtime, like empty, broken robin's eggs, or even more delicate, wren's eggs, perhaps. Whatever had been inside the glass spheres had gone. Coraline thought of the 3 children waving goodbye to her in the moonlight, waving before they crossed that silver stream. She gathered up the eggshell thin fragments with care and placed them in a small blue box, which had once held a bracelet that her mother had given her when she was a little girl. The bracelet was long lost, but the box remained. Mrs. Spink and Miss Forcible came back from visiting Mrs. Spink's niece, and Coraline went down to their flat for tea. It was Monday. On Wednesday, Coraline would go back to school. A whole new school year would begin. Miss Forcible insisted on reading Coraline's tea leaves. Well, looks like everything's mostly shipshape and Bristol fashion lovey, said Miss Forcible. Sorry, said Coraline. roses, said Miss Forcible. Well, wow, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Miss Rogue. I do really appreciate it. How was stream? How was stream? I know you're doing ASMR, but how was it? How was stream? Hi, hello, raiders. If you are here, hopefully, for some reason I can't see anything, but if you are here, hi, hello, raiders. My name is Bobcats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. Let's cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns, they, them, theirs, and right now we are doing book reading. It's a book reading sort of night, where I read Coraline. I like doing ASMR book nights. The last book that we read was, or last series that we read was The Hunger Games, and the last book that we're oh my god, the Hunger Games series. We just finished Mockingjay last week, and this week it's Coraline. We're gonna do a couple of short books that are like less about war and more about other wars. Other wars, like deep, like the feeling of being alone or being scared. Children's books, YA novels, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I do really appreciate the raid. I do. If you have to leave, if you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy, and you have to leave, you have to head out for any reason, feel free to do so. Feel free to leave. You are not bound here, at least not tonight. I don't have any rope. Again, at least not tonight, but maybe a different night. I don't really know yet. Whoa, shh. But yeah, if you need to head out, you're totally fine to raid and dip. It does not bother me in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, it does not bother me in any way, shape, or form if you have to leave. Yeah, and I will try my best. Dewdrop's a cute name for your community, but I will try my best. Yeah, if you've never been a part of the Bobcat stream, I'm a comfy, cozy VTuber, variety VTuber. I do not require that anybody has to chat. You can totally be nonverbal. It's totally fine by me. I just say, like, be as comfortable as you can. Take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good for you, because we really care about physical and mental health here. So if you have to head out, head out. If you have to go use the bathroom, go use the bathroom. Like, don't stay here just because. If you're like, actually, this is really not my sort of vibe, you're totally fine to leave. It does not bother me in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. It does not bother me in any way, shape, or form, as long as somebody is taking care of themselves. Great. I feel like I said everything. Yeah, so also we're towards the end of reading Coraline. I don't know whether or not I'm in the last chapter or in the second to last chapters, question mark. But if it's your first time, reading or listening to the Hunger Games, oh my god, listening to Coraline, I still have Hunger Games in the brain, to Coraline, I would highly recommend that you read it yourself. It's a really good book. Yeah, pretty easy read. I think you could read it. I mean, I read it in 2 nights, basically, but I'm sure you could read it in a single day. It's really good, and the movie was re-released at theaters this year. It's been around since forever, but if you've never watched the movie, spooky season is coming around the corner, so I would highly recommend you sit down and you watch a classic. It's very good, even though they are 2 different things. The book and the movie are 2 entirely different things, but yeah. Okay, let's see. guess for the rest of the book, like, also feel free to head out. Yeah. Okay. I'm on page 148. And I'm just gonna restart. I'll restart from the end right there. See? Everything is coming up roses, said Miss Forcible. Well, almost everything. I'm not sure what that is. She pointed to a clump of tea leaves sticking to the side of the cup. Miss Spink tutted and reached for the cup. Honestly, Miriam, give it over here. Let me see. She blinked through her thick spectacles. Oh dear, no. I have no idea what that signifies. It almost looks like a hand. Coraline looked. The clump of leaves did look a little like a hand, reaching for something. Hamish, the Scotty dog, was hiding under Miss Forcible's chair, and he wouldn't come out. I think he was in some sort of fight, said Miss Pink. He has a deep gash in his side. Poor dear. We'll take him to the vet later this afternoon. I wish I knew what could have done it. Something Coraline knew would have to be done. That final week of the holidays, the weather was magnificent, as if the summer itself were trying to make up for the miserable weather they had been having by giving them some bright and glorious days before it ended. The crazy old man upstairs called down to Coraline when he saw her coming out of Miss Spink and Miss Forcible's flat. Hey, hi, you, Caroline, he shouted over the railing. It's Coraline, she said. How are the mice? Something has frightened them, said the old man, scratching his mustache. I think maybe there is a weasel in the house. Something is about. I heard it in the night. In my country, we would have put down a trap for it. Maybe put down a little meat or a hamburger. And when the creature comes to feast, then bam, it would have been caught and never bother us more. Mice are so scared, they will not even pick up their little musical instruments. I don't think it wants meat, said Coraline. She put her hand up and touched the black key that hung about her neck. Then she went inside. She bathed herself and kept the key around her neck the whole time she was in the bath. She never took it off anymore. Something scratched at her bedroom window after she went to bed. Coraline was almost asleep, but then she slipped out of her bed and pulled open the curtains. A white hand with crimson fingernails leapt from the window ledge onto a drain pipe and was immediately out of sight. There were deep gouges in the glass on the other side of the window. Coraline slept uneasily that night, waking from time to time to plot and plan and ponder, and then falling back into sleep, never quite certain where her pondering ended and the dream began. One ear always open for the sound of something scratching at her window pane. said to her mother. Thank you for the follow, Ratlord Scrungus. Thanks much. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. Right now. Thanks so much, AHC. 3N. I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. I'm gonna put on that art. I think I want it like on my nose, like right here. And then the other one, like my other earring. So I have one that matches because I hate asymmetry. Yeah. Like on my ear on this side. So that I have one that matches. I really do feel loved. Okay. Thanks so much. I hope you're both having a good day night wherever you are. In the morning. Hi James Bond, hi yo, how was stream, how was ASMR, how are you? I hope you're doing well. How was stream? Did you do any body painting today? Hi hello raiders, my name is Bobcats. I'm like getting very sleepy. I'm asexual, non-binary, sex haven, after nothing but your heart. I use they them pronouns, they them theirs. I'm not a girl, even though I sound very femme. And right now we're reading Coraline, and by we I mean I am. I'm reading the rest of Coraline. Hey, how are you? Stream was great. And we did some R, but body paint is tomorrow. Okay. I know you said last time you do like body paint and ASMR. I didn't know if they were linked together. But yeah. Of course, yeah. Of course. I'm hoping that all the shoutouts have been working. Like chat hasn't been like my chat has been like off today. But yeah, I'm glad you had a good stream. If you have to leave, if you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy, and that applies to everybody, not just the person who rated or anybody that came in before and is already here. If you're hungry, tired, and are sleepy and need to leave, totally fine by me. You can head out. You can go take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good for you. That's totally fine. I take no offense to it if you have to leave, if you have to rate and dip, as long as you're taking care of your mental and physical health, because we really care about mental and physical health here. So I take no offense to it. Right now we're just reading the rest of Coraline. I kind of split this up into 2 streams, and now I'm like, oh, now I'm like, oh gosh, it feels like it should have been 3 streams if I really think about it. But it's okay, I'm gonna push. We're gonna soldier on until I finish the rest of this book, because we're like, I think it's almost done, so we're gonna finish the rest of this book. But yeah, if you have to leave, take care of yourself, do some after stream care, that's totally fine by me. I take no offense to it. Go take care of yourself. And that applies to anybody that even came through as a reader as well. I don't want to feel like you're held hostage here. You don't need my permission to leave. But if you feel like you need my permission, you have my express permission. Oh, and you know, if you want to stay and listen to me read the rest of Coraline, I would recommend reading Coraline yourself. It's a really good book. Support local libraries. If you have never been to your local library, find out your local library, go rent Coraline. It's good. It's a good book. Short read. You can probably read it in a single day, and after you read it, then you can have a little movie night with all of your friends. Or just by yourself. If you're like, fuck my friends, that's fine too. Coraline screen if you have a showing near you. It sounds like I'm sponsored by Coraline. I'm just a fan of the arts, so low-key sponsored by Coraline. But if you've never seen Coraline before, go see it in a theater. It's a nice theater movie. And it's stop motion. We love stop motion. We love supporting the arts. If you don't have it in a theater near you, pirate it. Just go pirate it. Just go pirate it. Go steal it. It's fine. That's fine too. I just, 1, 2, 3 movies. You can find it just fine. And watch Coraline. It's a good little movie. Good little spooky movie. Creepy movie for the fall season. It's like a fall classic. But I'm gonna be reading the rest of Coraline, so if you're like, I don't want it to be spoiled for me, even though the book and the movie are two entirely different things. So if you're like, is this gonna ruin my movie experience? In my opinion, no, because they're two different things. But if you're like, I want to go into it completely blind, I would ask you to exit stage left for your own sake. Exit stage left so you can go in completely blind. You can enjoy Coraline completely without I don't know, any bias. I guess that's the word for it. Also, I have to cough so bad. I'm gonna mute really quick. What I actually need to do is go take a puff of my inhaler, but I'll do that after the stream. I haven't taken a puff out of my inhaler in a couple of weeks. That's what that is. It's making me wheeze a little bit. Okay. Alright. But yeah, let's get back into it. We just started like chapter 13. A few pages into chapter 13. In the morning, Coraline said to her mother, I'm going to have a picnic with my dolls today. Can I borrow a sheet? An old one you don't need any longer, as a tablecloth? I don't think we have one of those, said her mother. Maybe go do it before it worsens. Asthma's no joke. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, like, I know my asthma. I just know I've been coughing a lot because the seasons change and my body can tell, which means that I just have to take my inhaler more frequently during the fall and winter season than I do in the summer. If I'm like, oh my god, I really can't breathe, I don't like get asthma attacks out of nowhere anymore. Like, as an adult, I don't really get them like that. I usually just get them if it's like intense weather or exercise, and that just means like any sort of exercise, because but I'm just sitting right now, so I'm not in any danger. I'm okay. I can do it after stream. When I'm doing my after stream care, it's not that big of a deal. Okay. I know so many people who still smoke with asthma. Yeah, I mean, like, I have severe asthma, and I've always had severe asthma since I was a baby, since I was a kid. So it's like, I can't even think about smoking. I've never even actually, I can't even say that anymore, because just recently I touched a cigarette for the first time. I went over to my best friend's, so one of my best friend's houses, and her boyfriend does smoke. And she was like, offering us like a dinner table worth of like pills because she was like, does anybody want anything that's on this table? And I was like, no. And I was like, are those cigarettes? I was like, oh my god, is that a cigarette? I've never held one in my life. We're all grown adults, but I was like, I've never held a cigarette in my entire life. I was like, put that away. Get that illicit material out of here. So I did touch one. I did touch a cigarette recently, but I've never smoked. Slime004, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. I'm gonna put on a little heart in your honor. Also, thank you for the my little meow meow. Yeah. Thanks much. I was a nebulizer kid. I was too. Did you have the fire truck? Did you have the fire truck? I actually found my fire truck and I told Satan to throw that shit away. They were like, do you want to keep it as memories? And I was like, no. I'm gonna put your heart right here. I was like, throw that away. What is wrong with you? I don't want that. I had the fire truck, and if you don't know what that is, it's just if you have never seen the nebulizer for children, it's in the shape of a fire truck, so that kids don't get scared of taking their inhaler. Like children, like little tiny kids, they can't do it by themselves, and usually you wear it like with a mask. At least the one that I had, it came with like an oxygen mask. And it like lights up and it like plays a song or something while it gives you your dose so that you're not scared. And like, yeah, that's the one that I had. So that I wasn't terrified. Even though like taking your inhaler the regular way is not that scary either way. Like it's not. I guess it's to make it fun. I don't know. I guess it's to make it fun for kids. Yeah, but I don't smoke at all. And if you have asthma, I mean, like, you know what? You shouldn't be smoking. Like, you know that. You know that. But like, you know, that's other people's lives. I just do like what's best for me. I don't know. I'm like, if you have asthma, you really shouldn't be fucking around with that. But that's just my opinion. Like, if someone told me, I love soda, but if someone told me that, like, oh, your asthma is being greatly affected by the amount of soda that you drink, I would just stop drinking soda. Because, like, you can die from an asthma attack. I'm not trying to. I like existing. I do. I like existing. I like living and existing in this reality, so I just wouldn't risk it, but because you're already at a disadvantage, but what do I know? It's like other people's lives, you know? If you wanna smoke, do whatever you want. Okay. Went on a tangent. Back to reading. I love getting distracted. I don't think we have one of those, said her mother. She opened up the kitchen drawer that held the napkins and the tablecloths, and she brought it about in it. Hold on. Will this do? It was a folded up, disposable paper cloth, covered with red flowers left over from some picnic they had been on several years before. That's perfect, said Coraline. I didn't think you played with your dolls anymore, said Mrs. Jones. I don't, admitted Coraline. They're protective coloration. Well, be back in time for lunch, said her mother. Have a good time. Coraline filled a cardboard box with dolls and several plastic dolls' teacups. She filled a jug with water. just as if she were going to the shops. Oh my god, your name is like throwing me for a minute. Fit. Dwight, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day and night wherever you are. I'm gonna put on a heart in your honor right about now. And I'm gonna put it. I think I'm gonna put like a tiny one like right here. Wait. Yeah. Gonna need to even that out, but for now, right there. Okay. Before she reached the supermarket, she got across a fence into some wasteland and along an old drive, and then crawled under a hedge. She had to go under the hedge in 2 journeys in order not to spill the water from the jug. It was a long, roundabout, looping journey, but at the end of it, Coraline was satisfied that she had not been followed. She came out behind the dilapidated old tennis court. She crossed over to it, to the meadow where the long grass swayed. She found the planks on the edge of the meadow. They were astonishingly heavy, almost too heavy for a girl to lift, even using all her strength. But she managed. She didn't have any choice. She pulled the planks out of the way one by one, grunting and sweating with the effort, revealing a deep, round, brick-lined hole in the ground. It smelled of damp in the dark. The bricks were greenish and slippery. She spread out the tablecloth and laid it carefully over the top of the well. She put a plastic doll's cup every foot or so at the edge of the well, and she weighed each cup down with water from the jug. She put a doll in the grass beside each cup, making it look as much like a doll's tea party as she could. Then she retraced her steps, back under the hedge, along the dusty yellow drive, around the back of the shops, back to her house. She reached up and took the key from around her neck. She dangled it from the string as if the key were just something she liked to play with. Then she knocked on the door. Of Mrs. Spink and Miss Forcible's flat. Miss Spink opened the door. "Hello, dear," she said. "I don't want to come in," said Coraline. "I just wanted to find out how Hamish was doing." Miss Spink sighed. "The vet says that Hamish is a brave little soldier," she said. "Luckily, the cut doesn't seem to be infected. We cannot imagine what could have done it. The vet says some animal, he thinks, but has no idea what. Mr. Bobo says he thinks it might have been a weasel." Mr. Bobo. The man in the top flat. Mr. Bobo. Fine old circus family, I believe. Romanian, or Slovenian, or Lithuanian, or one of those countries. Bless me, I can never remember them anymore. It had never occurred to Coraline that the crazy old man upstairs actually had a name, she realized. If she'd known his name was Mr. Bobo, she would have said it every chance she got. How often do you get to say a name like Mr. Bobo aloud? Yes, dear, said Miss Ming. Then she added, confidentially, make sure you keep an eye out for the old well. Mr. Lovett, who was here before your time, said that he thought it might go down for half a mile or more. Coraline hoped that the hand had not heard this last, and she changed the subject. This key, said Coraline loudly. Oh, it's just some old key from our house. It's part of my game. That's why I'm carrying it around with me on this piece of string. Well, goodbye now. What an extraordinary child, said Miss Spink to herself as she closed the door. Coraline ambled across the meadow toward the old tennis court, dangling and swinging the black key on its piece of string as she walked. Several times, she thought she saw something the color of bone in the undergrowth. It was keeping pace with her, about 30 feet away. She tried to whistle, but nothing happened, so she sang out loud instead, a song her father had made up for her when she was a little baby, and which had always made her laugh. It went, oh, my witchy, twitchy girl, I think you are so nice. I give you bowls of porridge, and I give you bowls of ice. Cream, I give you lots of kisses, and I give you lots of hugs. But I never give you sandwiches with bugs in. That was what she sang as she sauntered through the woods, and her voice hardly trembled at all. The doll's tea party was where she had left it. She was relieved that it was not a windy day, for everything was still in its place. Every water-filled plastic cup weighed down the paper tablecloth, tongue twister, as it was meant to. She breathed a sigh of relief. Now was the hardest part. Hello, dolls, she said brightly. It's tea time. She walked close to the paper tablecloth. I brought the lucky key, she told the dolls, to make sure we have a good picnic. And then, as carefully as she could, she leaned over and gently placed the key on the tablecloth. She was still holding onto the string. She held her breath, hoping that the cups of water at the edges of the well would weigh down the cloth, letting it take the weight of the key without collapsing into the well. The key sat in the middle of the paper picnic cloth. Coraline let go of the string and took a step back. Now it was all up to the hand. She turned to her dolls. Who would like a piece of cherry cake? She asked. Jemima, Pinky, Primrose. And she served each doll a slice of invisible cake on an invisible plate, chattering happily as she did so. From the corner of her eye, she saw something bone-white scamper from one tree trunk to another, closer and closer Jemima, said Coraline, what a bad girl you are. You dropped your cake. Now I'll have to go over and get you a whole new slice. And when she walked around the tea party until she was on the other side of it to the hand, she pretended to clean up spilled cake and to get Jemima another piece. And then, in a skittering, chittering rush, it came, the hand, running high on its fingertips, scrambled through the tall grass and up onto a tree stump. It stood there for a minute, like a crab tasting the air, and then it made one triumphant, nail-clacking leap onto the center of the paper tablecloth. Time slowed for Coraline. The white fingers closed around the black key. And then the weight and the momentum of the hand sent the plastic doll's cups flying, and the paper tablecloth, the key, and the other mother's right hand went tumbling down into the darkness of the well. Coraline counted slowly under her breath. She got up to 40 before she heard the muffled splash coming from a long way below. Someone had once told her that if you look up at the sky from the bottom of a mine shaft, even the brightest daylight, you see a night sky and stars. Coraline wondered if the hand could see stars from where it was. She hauled the heavy planks back onto the well, covering it as carefully as she could. She didn't want anything to fall in. She didn't want anything ever to get out. Then she put her dolls and the cups back in the cardboard box she had carried them out in. Something caught her eye while she was doing this, and she straightened up in time to see the black cat stalking toward her, its tail held high and curling at the tip like a question mark. It was the first time she had seen the cat in several days since they had returned together from the other mother's place. The cat walked over to her and jumped onto the planks that covered the well. Then slowly, it winked one eye at her. It sprang down into the long grass in front of her and rolled over onto its back, wiggling about ecstatically. Coraline scratched and tickled the soft fur on its belly, and the cat purred contentedly. When it had had enough, it rolled over to one of its front once more and walked back toward the tennis court, like a tiny patch of midnight in the midday sun. Coraline went back to the house. Mr. Bobo was waiting for her in the driveway. He clapped her on the shoulder. The mice tell me that all is good, he said. They say that you are our savior, Caroline. It's Coraline, Mr. Bobo, said Coraline, not Carolyn. Coraline. Coraline, said Mr. Bobo, repeating her name to himself with wonderment and respect. Very good, Coraline. The mice say I must tell you that as soon as they are ready to perform in public, you will come up and watch them as the first audience of all. They will play Dumpy Dumpy and Doodle Doodle, and they will dance and do 1,000 1,000 tricks. That is what is, they say. I would like that very much, said Coraline, when they are ready. She knocked at Miss Spink and Miss Forcible's door. Miss Spink let her in, and Coraline went into their parlor. She put her box of dolls down on the floor, and then she put her hand into her pocket and pulled out the stone with a hole in it. Here you go, she said. I don't need it anymore. I'm very grateful. I think it might have saved my life, and saved some other people's death. She gave them both tight hugs, although her arms barely stretched around Mrs. Spink, and Miss Forcible smelled like the raw garlic she had been cutting. Then Coraline picked up her box of dolls and went out. What an extraordinary child, said Miss Spink. No one had hugged her like that since she had retired from the theater. That night, Coraline lay in bed, all clean, all bathed, with her eyes open, staring up at the ceiling. It was warm enough that now that the hand was gone, she had opened her bedroom window wide. She had insisted to her father that the curtains not be entirely closed. Her new school clothes were laid out carefully on her chair for her to put on when she woke. Normally, on the night before the first day of term, Coraline was apprehensive and nervous. But she realized there was nothing left about school that could scare her anymore. She fancied she could hear sweet music on the night air, the kind of music that can only be played on the tiniest silver trombones and trumpets and bassoons, on piccolos and tubas so delicate and small that their keys could only be pressed by the tiny pink fingers of white mice. Coraline imagined that she was back again in her dream, with the two girls and the boy under the oak tree in the meadow, and she smiled. As the first stars came out, Coraline finally allowed herself to drift into sleep, while the gentle music upstairs of the mouse circuit spilled out onto the warm evening air, telling the world that the summer was almost done. And that's Coraline. That's it. All 160 pages. Wow. Done. We got there. Wow. I was not expecting this stream to be longer than it was, but it was. But we got there. Yes, I love Coraline. I love the book. It's such a simple book. It's such a simple book with a lot of good lessons for kids and adults alike. I also love the ending of Coraline. It's really simple. Like, she's just like, yeah, I'm not scared to go to school anymore, as if that was even like a thing that she had thought about. But it's like Coraline knows that she's dealt with such evil that she's like not scared about anything anymore. I love that. It's just very simple. Again, I also just appreciate Coraline's kindness throughout the rest of the book. I just had to make sure that she was in fact kind throughout the rest of the book, but she was. Like, even her like giving back the stone and like hugging Mrs. Spink and Forcible and like engaging with her neighbors. It was so cute and sweet. I love it. It's just a very cute book. I also love the fact that like, yeah, we don't get any answers to like what the hell was in the corridor, because who cares? That's not the point. story, like not the point. So who cares? Even though I would have loved a side story about the corridor, but it's like not everything needs a side story, you know. Sometimes you can just have a thing be a thing and then have it be over. So I'm just happy for that. But yeah, I love Coraline. Good book, 10 out of 10. Love it. I have no idea why I do. The next book I think I want to read is the Graveyard book. Yeah, apparently it's really good. It's again done by Neil Gaiman, which is unfortunate because Neil Gaiman is very annoying. So, and he sucks. He's a piece of shit. Which we discussed in part 1 of my Coraline read. So the VOD is still up for that. It was just done on the 19th. So if you're like, oh, I didn't really get to read the rest of it, you can go watch the VOD, and it's still up. But I think we're gonna do a Graveyard book. It's also illustrated by David McKean. So happy because I love his illustrations. I find them to be very eerie and creepy. So the next time we read, it's gonna be a Graveyard book, and it is about a boy nobody but Owens who is adopted and reared by the supernatural occupants of a graveyard after his family is brutally murdered. Did I hear hell yes? I love dark stories with found family and good lessons, so I like something with like a dark edge to it, as we can see by my reading history. So I'm very much excited to read that one next, and I've actually never read it, so it will be a live reading, I guess. I mean, Coraline was kind of a live reading because I genuinely did not remember any of what had happened in Coraline. Truly, I mean, like, I remembered the movie, I didn't remember, and I remember parts of the book, but I didn't remember, like, that whole chapter with the basement. I did not remember that at all. Not at all. So, yeah, it'll be like a live reading next week. I would hope we would start that one. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about Coraline. I love it. 10 out of 10. If you haven't read it, again, go give it a read. Support local libraries. Let's see. Whoa. Some light clicking. Some light clicking. Let's see. I am going to wrap it up because your boy is so hungry. I've been hungry for like the past 3 hours, and I've been like pushing through. Thank you, Leno. Thank you. I do really appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. Yes. I'm gonna put on R in your honor. I just showed up. I've been going for like 6 hours. I just finished reading Coraline. I've been going forever. I'm about to hit like 7 hours. I'm about to go like 7 hours of stream. But I do appreciate it because you get to even out the hearts on my cheek. Get to even them out. Wait. Slightly bigger. So now I get matching hearts. But yeah, I really do appreciate everybody hanging out with me, doing the thing with me. Damn long. Yeah, I've been here for a while. I really have been here for a while. Doing the thing with me as per usual. I am, let's see, I'm debating. I'll be back, not tomorrow, because I usually take Sundays off. That's just like a me thing. I just think Sunday's relaxation day. If I get really exhausted, or if I get like, you know, if I'm feeling some type of way, then maybe I'll stream, but more often I end up not streaming on Sundays because it's like the one day where I'm like, it's just for you, you know, it should just be for you, me, myself, and I am going to, let's see, I'm going to raid, what? Oh, I forgot to say, like, I'll be back just as nice. Doing something just as nice because I don't do Monday ASMR. That's just a me, myself, and I thing. I just don't do Monday ASMR. I do ASMR on Thursdays now, and Thursdays and Saturdays. But maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. No one is up. Everybody's asleep. Love that for me, myself, and I. Let's do. It is late. Let's see. Love that for me, myself, and I. I haven't rated like an artist. I say I haven't rated an artist in a while. Like I don't. I haven't rated an artist in a while. I do like rating artists. Let me see. Who up doing art? I wish I knew. Let's see. Ooh. I'm doing art that I find interesting. Let's see. This one. I feel like once I say somebody's name, I like have to read them, so I'm like, keep it to yourself. I'm like, oh, keep it to yourself. Let's see. Oh, whoa. Or I can just rate. Oh, I want to rate an artist though, like somebody that's doing art. Let's rate. Whoa. I'm hoping it's not super loud because I actually and factually can't hear anything, so hoping it's not super loud. I'm gonna rate bad art because I like to rate artists. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday doing the thing as per usual. Probably Slime Rancher stream, but you know, it could be anything. I haven't quite decided. But yeah, if you haven't been told today, you are in fact loved, very valued, and super appreciated, and you deserve to hear all the nice things in the world. And if no one has told you today that you're loved, valued, and appreciated, I'm so happy that I get to be one person in this lifetime that gets to tell you that you're loved, valued, and in fact appreciated. I don't do rated messages, so just use the rate emote if it calls to you, and if it doesn't, that's fine, because everybody's probably still sleepy. Yeah, I'll be back Monday if you want to hear from me, talk to me, whatever, socials, Discord,